In remote campsites across the wilderness, the human voice is rarely the loudest sound. Campers report unexplained footsteps, figures at the tree line, and the sense of being watched by something unseen. In this episode, we bring you true scary stories, desolate campsite encounters, first-hand accounts of deep woods terror, and presences no one could explain. My name is Holly Myers. I was raised in the quiet edges of Arkansas, in a town small enough that people measured distance, not in miles but in minutes, and where every road eventually bled into forest. My father was a game warden and my mother a school teacher, and so much of my life was divided between the order of the classroom and the wild disorder of the woods. By the time I was old enough to walk, I had learned to identify the tracks of deer and coyote, to tell the shape of an owl's call, to understand that nature was not just beautiful, but also precise, balanced, and sometimes cruel. I do not tell you this to impress, but to make clear that when I describe what I found that day, I speak not as someone naive to the forest, but as someone who grew up in its rhythm. That is why what I saw has never left me, and why even now, years later, I hesitate before setting foot on certain trails after dusk. It began on a late autumn afternoon, when the air was sharp enough to sting the lungs, and the leaves had already fallen into brittle mosaics across the ground. The Ozark National Forest stretched out in reds and browns around me, a place I had always thought of as a second home. I had taken a trail I did not usually walk, an old path that cut away from the main track and wound deeper into the hills. I had only meant to wander for an hour, to let my mind settle after a long week at work. I carried no heavy pack, only a thermos of water and a small flashlight, because I knew these woods well enough to never fear being lost. Or so I thought. I noticed the first antler about 20 minutes in. At first I believed it to be no more than an ordinary shed, the kind a buck leaves behind as part of nature's cycle. But it was broken, snapped jaggedly near the base, not cleanly shed. I crouched to examine it, and the bone felt rough, splintered as though from force rather than age. I set it back on the ground, thinking some hunter might have dropped it after cutting it loose. But then I saw another piece a few feet further, then another, and another still. They were scattered like breadcrumbs, each snapped in half, some shattered into smaller shards. All pointed the same way, deeper along the trail. I followed, curiosity heavy in my chest. The deeper I went, the more fragments appeared, until the trail was littered with them. Dozens of antlers, some bleached with age, some still dark as if broken only days before. I tried to imagine what kind of force could have produced them in such numbers. Fights between bucks and rut could be vicious, but this many, this consistent trail, it felt deliberate, as if something had laid them there for me to find. The forest had grown quieter as I followed. I had not noticed at first, but by the time I was a half-mile in, the usual chorus of woodland life had vanished. No chickadees, no rustle of squirrels, only the crunch of my boots against the brittle leaves, and the occasional snap of a branch underfoot. The air carried that heavy stillness that always made me feel observed, though no eyes showed themselves. Eventually, the path ended at a tree, a great oak, its bark ancient and gnarled. What drew me forward was not its size, but the marks carved into it. Claw marks. 4 deep gouges running vertically up the trunk, higher than my head, higher than any black bear I had ever seen could reach. They were fresh, the wood beneath raw and pale. I set my palm against one and felt a shiver run through me. Whatever had made those marks had been here recently. It was not a bear, I told myself, though I wanted to believe it. Bears left curved arcs, almost like commas in wood. These were straight, powerful, more like talons raked by intention. I should have turned back then. Instinct whispered as much. But human beings have a way of pushing past instinct with curiosity, and I was guilty of it. I circled the tree, eyes searching for more. That was when I noticed the faint impression of tracks in the soil. They were large, spaced in strides too long for a human. The shape was wrong, neither hoof nor paw. More like something between the two, a distorted hybrid. I knelt, tracing the edge of one with my finger, but the soil was too dry to capture details. Only the scale struck me. Whatever had left it was massive. The forest around me seemed to close in. Every breath of wind sounded like it carried whispers through the branches. I told myself it was nothing. The kind of paranoia anyone alone in the woods might feel, yet my heart had begun to pound with a rhythm that didn't belong to calm exploration. I reached for my thermos, drank, and tried to steady myself. Still, I could not leave. Something in me insisted on following. From the base of the oak, a feint continued. Not of antlers now, but of disturbed leaves, as though something heavy had moved through. I followed it a little farther, though my steps had grown cautious, every crack of twig beneath me loud in the silence. The deeper I went, the darker the woods grew. Evening crept in faster than I expected, shadows pooling under the trees as though dusk had arrived early just for me. Then I heard it, the first sound besides my own movement. A snap of wood, sharp and close. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Another snap followed, then the sound of something dragging. Not footsteps, not the rhythmic gait of animal legs, but a slow drag across the forest floor. I strained my eyes in the dimming light, but saw nothing beyond the dense weave of trees. The sound came again, closer this time, and with it a low, guttural exhale. Not quite a growl, not quite human. Something between. I backed a step, then another, keeping my eyes fixed on the noise had come from. The woods gave nothing back. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my body refused. It was as if the forest itself had rooted me there. When the silence fell again, I realized how loud my heartbeat had become. I forced myself to breathe, to loosen my frozen muscles, and whispered under my breath that it was time to go. I turned to retrace my path, but the trail behind me had grown unfamiliar. The litter of antlers seemed fewer, the shapes of the trees unfamiliar in the gloaming light. Panic prickled my skin. I had only walked in a straight line. How could I be uncertain now? The forest seemed to have shifted behind me, rewriting itself like a book, whose pages rearranged the moment you looked away. I quickened my pace, scanning for landmarks, for the oak with its claw marks, but the woods offered none. The air had thickened, as though the forest was breathing slower, deeper, pressing its weight against me. That was when I heard it again, the dragging, but this time behind me. Closer, heavier. I spun, flashlight already in hand, though I had not remembered pulling it from my pocket. The beam cut through the trees, a pale slash across the undergrowth. It landed on nothing, yet the sound stopped the moment the light moved. I swallowed hard. Every nerve in me told me I was no longer alone. I took another step back, then another, and felt something crunch beneath my boot. I lowered the beam and saw it was another fragment of antler, jagged and sharp. A fresh piece. And beside it, in the dirt, a print, larger than before, clearer this time. Not human, not animal. Long, narrow, with claw-like impressions at the tips. My stomach turned as realization sank in. The antlers had not been dropped by fighting bucks or careless hunters. They had been broken, left behind, as if shed by something that wore them but was not meant to. The dragging resumed, louder now, as though whatever it was had decided there was no point in masking itself anymore. My flashlight shook in my hand, the beam trembling across the branches. I forced myself to take a deep breath and move. Not run, not yet, but move. I told myself the trail would reappear, that I would find the oak again, that if I just kept walking with purpose, I would make it back. Behind me, the sound followed, unhurried, patient if it knew there was nowhere else I could go. I cannot say how long I walked like that, my pulse high, my breath shallow, the beam of my flashlight jerking over trees that all looked the same. Time warped in those woods. Minutes stretched into hours. And always, just behind me, the sound of dragging, the weight of unseen eyes. The forest, once familiar, had become a place I no longer recognized. And then, at last, I saw it again. The oak with the claw marks, pale streaks still gleaming in my beam. Relief rushed through me like a tide. I stumbled toward it, ready to retrace the littered trail of antlers out to safety. But when I reached it, I froze. The claw marks were deeper now, longer. Fresh wood curled at the edges, as if something had returned after I left and carved them again. This time higher still, and the dragging sound had stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I stood frozen at the base of the oak, my breath rising in clouds against the cold air, my heart hammering as though it would crack through my ribs. The claw marks loomed above me, taller now, fresher, their raw wood edges still seeping sap. Something had been here not long before I returned. I pressed my hand against the bark to steady myself, but the trembling in my fingers betrayed me. The silence of the forest was so complete that it pressed on my ears, heavy and unnatural. Even the wind had died. I told myself I had to move. That standing there would do nothing but make me pray. I turned in the direction I thought I had come from, the flashlight beam wavering through the skeletal trees. The antler fragments were still scattered, though fewer now, as if some had vanished in my absence. The path was less obvious, but I forced myself forward, whispering under my breath the rhythm of steps. Left, right, left, as though keeping count would ground me. The dragging sound had ceased, but its absence felt worse than its presence. When something stalks you, it is almost a relief to hear it. Proof that it is real, tangible. But silence meant it could be anywhere, closer than I imagined. I paused every few steps, scanning behind me, shining the beam into the shadows. Nothing moved, yet the sensation of eyes against back grew stronger with each yard I covered. Then the smell reached me. A faint, coppery tang carried on the air. At first, I thought it might be the damp scent of fallen leaves rotting, but no. It was sharper, metallic, like blood. My stomach clenched. The forest floor ahead was darker than it should have been, a patch of soil too wet, too stained. I knelt despite my instincts, lowering the beam, and saw the truth. It was a pool of blood, still glistening, soaking into the ground. Broken antlers lay half submerged in it, their tips jagged, as though whatever had shed them had been torn apart. I staggered back, nearly dropping the flashlight. My mind screamed for me to turn around, to abandon this cursed trail, but my legs locked again. Something in that bloody mess drew me forward. Against reason, I crouched once more, eyes searching for tracks. They were there, pressed into the wet soil. Larger now, clearer, the same distorted hybrid print I had seen before, but this time deeper, more forceful. Something enormous had stood here, perhaps moments before. The quiet cracked with a sudden sound, branches snapping, not far ahead. I raised the light and swept it across the forest. At first, I saw nothing. Then, movement. Not clear, only the shifting of shadow against shadow. A flicker of something pale, like bone retreating between the trees. I stumbled backward, my heart jerking into my throat. "Who's there?" I called before I realized how foolish it was. My voice sounded foreign in the stillness, swallowed by the trees. Silence followed, and then, as though in answer, a low groan rolled through the forest. It was deep, resonant, vibrating in my chest like the growl of something far too large to be close. The flashlight shook in my hand. I turned sharply and began to run, boots pounding against the leaf litter, the beam bouncing wildly. I no longer cared about stealth or direction, only distance. Behind me, the forest erupted. Heavy steps crashed through the undergrowth, dragging and pounding, shaking the ground. I ran harder, lungs burning, eyes streaming from the cold air. My thoughts scattered into fragments. Don't fall. Don't stop. Don't look back. But the steps closed in, steady and unhurried, as though it had no need to rush. The beam caught on something ahead, a fallen log, thick and rotting, blocking the path. I vaulted it clumsily, nearly sprawling, but forced myself upright. My body was running on nothing but adrenaline, and every nerve screamed for escape. Yet even as I sprinted, the sound behind me remained steady, unrelenting. Not closer, not farther, just constant. Minutes stretched like hours until suddenly, through the blur of panic, I saw a faint orange glow ahead. My heart leapt. Firelight. Human presence. I pushed harder, bursting through the trees into a small clearing. A campfire smoldered at its center, flames licking at blackened wood. 3 folding chairs circled it, their backs to me. Relief surged in my chest. I was not alone. I stumbled forward, gasping, "Help! Someone, please!" But the words faltered on my lips as I drew closer. The chairs were empty. The fire crackled but gave off no warmth. And the chairs, they were coated with frost. White crystals clung to their fabric, sparkling in the firelight, even though the night was not nearly cold enough for frost. My breath caught as I realized the ground around the chairs bore no footprints, no sign of people. The dragging sound reached the edge of the clearing. I spun, flashlight sweeping wildly across the tree line. Something massive shifted in the shadows, staying just out of sight. The glow of the fire warped against its outline, as though it bent the light itself. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw antlers. Great, broken racks jutting from the darkness, twisting at unnatural angles. My legs refused to move. I could only stand frozen as the thing lingered at the tree line, just beyond the reach of firelight. The dragging continued, circling slowly, deliberately. It was toying with me, hurting me. The fire sputtered suddenly, collapsing into embers. Darkness rushed in like a tide, and the figure vanished into it. Panic ripped through me, and I bolted again, not caring where I ran, only that I was moving away. The forest swallowed me once more, the trees endless, the night heavy. Somehow, after what felt like hours of stumbling, falling, and clawing my way forward, I saw a faint glimmer of moonlight reflecting off water. I burst through the underbrush onto the edge of a narrow creek. The water flowed sluggish and dark, but it was real, grounding. I collapsed to my knees, sucking in ragged breaths, my body trembling. The dragging stopped. The forest was silent again, save for the gurgle of the creek. For a moment, I dared to believe I had escaped it. I lifted the flashlight, sweeping it across the water, and froze. On the opposite bank, lodged in the mud, was another antler. Broken. Fresh. Its jagged edge gleamed wet in the pale white. A ripple spread across the surface of the creek, as though something immense had slipped beneath it. The water grew still again, black and bottomless. My stomach turned. I staggered back from the bank, every sense shrieking that I was not safe here, either. Then I heard my name, not shouted, not whispered, but spoken clear and deliberate from across the water. Holly. I froze, blood draining from my face. The voice was deep, distorted, almost human but not quite. It echoed in the trees, in the water, in my skull. I spun and ran again, away from the creek, away from that voice. Branches clawed at my arms, tore at my jacket, but I did not stop. Every part of me wanted to collapse, to give in, but the primal terror kept my legs moving. I stumbled down a slope, caught myself, and pressed forward until at last, through the dense weave of trees, I saw something familiar. The trailhead sign. I burst from the woods, tripping into the gravel lot where my car waited. Relief and disbelief collided in my chest. I fumbled my keys from my pocket with shaking hands, nearly dropping them twice before jamming them into the lock. The door opened, and I collapsed into the driver's seat, slamming it shut behind me. For a moment, I sat there, gasping, gripping the wheel with white knuckles. My flashlight lay discarded on the seat beside me, its beam still flickering weakly. The forest beyond the lot loomed silent and dark. Then, from the tree line, came the dragging, slow, heavy, patient. I turned the key. The engine sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. I slammed the gear into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and tore out of the lot onto the road, heart hammering as the trees whipped past in my headlights. I did not slow until miles had passed, until the forest was far behind me and the only sound was the hum of the engine. Only then did I dare to breathe. But even as the miles rolled under my tires, I could not shake the feeling that I had not left it behind, that something had followed me out. The road stretched ahead of me, in a blur of pale lines and shadows, my headlights cutting swaths through the dark. My hands gripped the steering wheel, so tightly my knuckles ached, but I couldn't loosen them. The hum of the engine filled the silence, yet underneath it, I swore I could still hear that dragging sound, matching the rhythm of my tires on asphalt. I told myself it was in my head, that I was safe now, but the thought refused to settle. I drove for miles without slowing, past curves and hollows, past old bridges where the water below glimmered faintly in the moonlight. The forest loomed on either side of the highway like walls, trees rising black and endless. The farther I went, the less the relief came. Instead, dread thickened, because the woods were not thinning. I had grown up here. I knew the roads, and something felt wrong. It was as though the trees pressed closer, swallowing the shoulders of the road, bending over me like a tunnel. At last, I came upon a familiar landmark, an old ranger station, long since closed, its windows dark, roof sagging with moss. Relief flickered inside me, a sign I was truly heading back toward town. I eased off the accelerator, for the first time since leaving the trailhead, breath catching in a shaky rhythm. But as my headlights swept across the building, I saw them, antlers. They were nailed to the wooden siding, dozens of them. Broken racks hammered in haphazard patterns across the wall. Their shadows stretched like skeletal hands in my beams. Some were old, weather bleached, others looked freshly torn. The station's sign, which once bore the faded emblem of the Park Service, had been split, claw marks raking through the wood. I didn't slow to study it. I pressed harder on the gas, eyes fixed on the road, refusing to glance into the forest again. But the images burned into my mind. Someone, or something, had placed those antlers. Not shed, not scattered by nature, arranged. Displayed, I drove on the road, twisting through the hills, my headlights sometimes catching the reflection of eyes along the roadside. Deer, I told myself. Just deer. But they didn't move as I passed. They only stood, racks broken, necks twisted at odd angles, glassy eyes shining back at me. The first sign of town should have been lights on the horizon, the faint glow of houses. Instead, after another 20 minutes, I came to another clearing, another gravel lot. My stomach plummeted. My headlights illuminated the same signpost I had fled hours earlier. The trailhead. I slammed on the brakes, tires screaming. The car skidded sideways, gravel scattering into the brush. For a long moment, I could only stare, breath shallow, heart pounding, disbelief crashing over me. I had driven straight. I had followed the road without deviation, and yet somehow, impossibly, I had returned. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, no, no. The forest stood silent before me, watching. The dragging sound began again, louder now, emerging from the tree line. I shifted into reverse, fumbling with the gear, then slammed the accelerator. The car jolted backward, swung wildly. Then I threw it into drive and tore down the road again. I drove faster this time, reckless, the curves of the highway blurring, my vision tunneling into the beam of the headlights. Minutes stretched, the road a twisting snake beneath me. And yet, when the forest opened up once more, I found myself at the same place. The trailhead sign, the gravel lot waiting for me. Terror unlike anything I had known gripped me. It wasn't just following me. The thing owned this stretch of woods. It was bending the roads, twisting the land, keeping me trapped inside its circle. I killed the headlights, engines still rumbling, and sat there in the darkness, gasping, trying to think. Maybe if I stopped, if I didn't play its game, I could break the loop. My hands trembled against the steering wheel, sweat chilling on my back. The dragging came again, closer. Heavy, deliberate, circling the lot. Gravel crunched under unseen weight. My rearview mirror reflected nothing but night. Yet I felt it at the edges of my vision. Then came the voice again. My name, spoken with that same deep, distorted cadence. Holly. I couldn't breathe. The sound was not outside the car anymore. It reverberated through the frame, through the glass, inside the cabin itself. My pulse surged. Fight or flight screaming, but neither felt possible. I fumbled for my flashlight, though I didn't know why, its beam pale against the black. And then I saw it. At the far end of the lot, half illuminated by the weak glow of my dying headlights, something stood. Its outline was twisted, towering, hunched beneath the weight of massive antlers that jutted broken and jagged in every direction. Its body was wrong, long limbs ending in clawed hands, ribs visible beneath skin stretched too tightly, head low and forward, antlers nearly scraping the gravel. Its eyes caught the light. Not glowing, not animal. Reflective, mirror-like, as if they only returned my own fear back at me. It began to move toward me. The dragging was its step, one leg heavy, pulling behind, the other striding forward with impossible reach. Each movement cracked branches beneath it, rattled the ground. I scrambled for the ignition, turned the key, praying the engine hadn't stalled. It roared alive. I slammed into gear and floored it, the car shooting forward toward the thing. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd strike it, but the beam of the headlights passed right through. It dissolved into mist, into shadow, as if it had never been there. Yet the sound of dragging echoed behind me, chasing. I drove without direction, without hope. Only the desperate instinct to move. The road twisted endlessly, looping back again and again, the forest walls pressing tighter. My gas gauge inched lower, and the sick realization hit me. I could not outdrive it. The car sputtered after what must have been another hour. The needle dipped near empty. I coasted to the side of the road, chest heaving. The woods were silent again, waiting. I gripped the flashlight, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Gravel crunched beneath me. Cold air bit at my skin. If I stayed in the car, I would die trapped. If I ran into the woods, I would die hunted. Either way, it was not going to let me go. The dragging began, closer than before. I swung the beam toward the sound, and there it was again, half-formed, half-shadow, the broken antlers glinting pale. I don't remember deciding to speak, but the words spilled from me, trembling. "What do you want?" It stopped. The forest held its breath. The antlers tilted, the reflective eyes locking on me. And in a voice that rattled through my skull, layered with countless tones, it answered. "You." My knees nearly gave out. I stumbled backward, flashlight beam shaking wildly across the trees. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. Its massive form advanced again, the dragging step tearing into the earth. I turned and ran. I don't remember how far or how long. Only the blur of branches and the sting of bark against my face, the tearing of roots beneath my boots. My lungs burned, my vision spotted. But I ran until the forest broke open once more. I stumbled onto asphalt. Not the looping forest road this time, but a highway. Bright, alive, headlights rushing toward me. I threw myself in the shoulder as a truck thundered past, horn blaring. Relief hit me so hard I collapsed, sobbing into the gravel. When I lifted my head, the forest was gone. Behind me stretched only empty fields, no tree line in sight. My flashlight lay broken beside me, its beam sputtering once before fading. I made it back to town before dawn, though I barely remember the drive. When I finally reached my front porch, clothes torn, shoes caked with mud, I sat there until the sun rose, watching the light chase the shadows from the street. I never told anyone the full truth of that night. Not my parents, not my friends. I said I'd gotten lost on the trail, that I panicked, that I imagined things. But every time I close my eyes, I see those claw marks in the oak. I hear my name spoken in that layered voice, and I feel the ground shake with that dragging step. Even now, years later, I avoid the forest when the light begins to fail. And sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind rattles the windows just so, I swear I hear it again, dragging, patient waiting. My name is Martin Steele, and I have lived most of my life in the quiet rhythms of a town that clings to the edges of steep ridges and deep valleys. I am 42 years old, a high school history teacher by profession. Though I often spend my free hours wandering the trails that thread through the forests and climbing the old suspension bridge that spans the Black Hollow Gorge. It is a place I have crossed hundreds of times, both for necessity and for the comfort of being alone, with the wind and the sound of water below. The bridge has stood for nearly a century, weathered by storms and patched over the years, yet its swaying planks and cables still carry the weight of anyone daring enough to walk across. I never thought of it as dangerous. Rather, it felt like an old companion. At least, until the night I first heard the crying. The evening began with nothing remarkable to mark it apart. I had stayed late at school, grading essays in the quiet after the halls had emptied. Outside, the sky shifted toward dusk, the kind that folds shadows neatly into the corners of the world. I chose to walk home instead of taking my truck, a habit of mine when my head felt cluttered with the stale smell of papers and ink. The route took me across the suspension bridge, the shortcut to my neighborhood. The air was cool, damp with the lingering memory of last night's rain, and the scent of pine drifted sharp from the hillsides. As I stepped onto the bridge, the familiar creak of its boards gave beneath my weight. The cables hummed faintly with each gust of wind, like the strumming of a bass string. Below, the river carved through jagged rocks, its surface a restless foam as it smashed against stone and driftwood. I was halfway across when I froze. From beneath me rose a sound that did not belong to the natural orchestra of rushing water and groaning timber. It was crying, thin at first, almost swallowed by the river's roar, but undeniably human. A child, I thought at once. The pitch was high, frail, and full of desperation. I leaned over the railing, gripping the cold steel, and peered down into the gorge. Only the river met my eyes, surging pale against the darkening rocks. I scanned for movement, for a figure stranded on the banks, or clinging to some ledge, but there was nothing, just the empty span of stone and water. Still, the sobbing continued, rising and falling as though the unseen child were directly beneath me. My pulse quickened, the rational part of my mind rushing through possibilities. Perhaps echoes carried from farther upriver. Perhaps some unfortunate hiker had slipped, hidden from view. I called out, my voice breaking awkwardly in the wind. "Hello, can you hear me? Do you need help?" The crying faltered, then ceased altogether. Silence filled the gorge with such suddenness that even the river seemed muted. My own breath sounded loud, scraping against my throat. I waited, straining for any answer, but nothing returned, not even the rustle of branches. A hollow dread pooled in me, heavier than any logical explanation could carry. I forced myself to continue across, my steps quickening, shoulders tight, until solid ground met my feet on the far side. That night, sleep refused me. The sound replayed over and over, filling the spaces between my thoughts like water seeping through cracks. I told myself it must have been a trick of the current, wind shaping sound in uncanny ways. After all, the gorge was known for its echoes. Even footsteps bounced strangely there. Yet the tone of that cry, the raw humanity in it, would not let me dismiss it. It had not been the groan of water or the wail of wind. It had been someone. The following afternoon, still restless, I returned. This time I carried my flashlight and binoculars, tools I sometimes used on hikes. The bridge looked as it always had, its planks uneven, cables stretching in patient arcs above. The sun was bright, the world sharp with daylight. I crossed halfway and paused, leaning once more over the railing. The river shone below, restless but ordinary. I waited, ears alert, but the gorge offered no voices. Minutes passed. I swept my binoculars along the banks, checking for signs of clothing, debris, anything that might suggest tragedy. Again, nothing. But as I turned to leave, a low whimper rose from directly beneath the bridge. so faint I thought at first it came from my imagination. My chest constricted. I gripped the railing, staring down. The water churned. Whitecaps breaking around dark stones. But within the sound of the river came that unmistakable sobbing, as if caught in the undertow. My flashlight beam cut the shadows, but revealed only spray and wet stone. I whispered to myself, "It's not possible." That evening, unable to shake the unease, I asked around town. The suspension bridge has always carried stories. Teenagers daring each other to cross at night. Rumors of accidents, whispers of suicides. A colleague at school, Mrs. Carter, an older woman who had taught English there for decades, looked startled when I mentioned the crying. She lowered her voice, as if careful not to speak too loudly of it. "You've heard it too," she said. "Years ago, when I was a girl, my mother warned me about that bridge. She said not to cross it after dark, not unless I wanted to bring something home with me." I asked what she meant, but she shook her head, refusing to elaborate. "Just be careful, Martin," she said. Her unease only deepened mine. That night, I avoided the bridge altogether, taking the long road home through the forest edge. Yet the thought clawed at me. If someone was trapped or hurt, my silence would be a failure. And if it was not a person at all, then what had I heard? The days following blurred, but each time I neared the bridge, the memory gnawed at me. I would catch myself listening for the faintest sound, my body tense before I even set foot on the planks. Twice more I heard it, each time when the light was fading, each time stopping the moment I spoke. It seemed to know me, or at least to respond to my presence. By the fifth night, curiosity overcame caution. I packed a rope, gloves, and a headlamp, determined to climb down the gorge's side and put an end to this torment. It was reckless, I knew, but the thought of hearing that phantom cry again, without seeking its source, felt unbearable. The descent was treacherous. Loose rocks shifted underfoot, and thorny brush clawed at my arms. The gorge walls were steeper than they looked from above, and the river's roar grew thunderous as I neared it. When at last I reached the bottom, the cold spray hit my face, dampening my clothes. I swept the headlamp across the banks. Wet stones glistened, twisted logs jammed against boulders, but nothing moved. I called out again, my voice strained. "I'm here! If you need help, call back!" The reply was instantaneous. The cry erupted so close it seemed to bloom from the rocks themselves. High-pitched, breaking, full of agony. I spun, searching, my beam cutting wildly across the gorge. Nothing, only empty stone and water. Yet the crying grew louder, surrounding me, bouncing off the cliffs until it seemed to come from every direction at once. My legs trembled. Then, without warning, it stopped. The silence was so abrupt it rang in my ears. The only sound was the river, steady, uncaring. I felt watched, though no figure appeared. A weight pressed on me, the same sensation one feels when someone stands close in a dark room, breathing but unseen. I scrambled back up the gorge, scraping my palms, heart hammering as though chased. By the time I reached the top, sweat and fear soaked me, though the night air was cool. The bridge loomed behind me, patient, swaying gently. I did not cross it again for several days, yet avoiding it did little good. The memory of the cry, its inhuman persistence, followed me even into dreams. I would wake with the sound in my ears, certain I had brought some part of it home with me. The longer I stayed away from the bridge, the worse it became. I told myself distance would loosen the grip of those cries, but the opposite happened. Nights were restless. I would drift off only to start awake, convinced I had heard a thin wailing threaded through the wind outside my window. I left the radio on at times, thinking that if I filled the air with voice, I could trick myself into forgetting. It did not work. The memory of standing in the gorge, my headlamp sweeping across empty stone, while that pitiful sobbing rose all around me, played over and over until I was raw with unease. Finally, I decided I could not bear silence anymore. I had to know what lived beneath that bridge, whether human or not. So I returned. This time I chose twilight, the hour when daylight leans into darkness, and every sound sharpens against the fading light. The bridge swayed beneath me, cables humming, planks moaning under each step. My body remembered what my mind begged to forget. The way the cries began soft, how they swelled the instant I called into the gorge. At the halfway point, I stopped and leaned over the railing. Below, the river was a dark vein splitting the stone, white spray glinting where it crashed against rocks. I waited, my ears straining. For long minutes, there was only water and wind. Then, faint as the sigh of a dream, the crying began. It was weaker this time, almost drowned by the river, but unmistakable. A child, alone and lost. My throat tightened. "Who are you?" I shouted. "Where are you?" The sobbing grew louder, rising as if emboldened by my attention. I swept my flashlight downward, the beam slicing through spray and shadow. Nothing. The sound trembled, weaving through the roar of the gorge, circling me, filling the space between my heartbeats. And then something new happened. Beneath the sobbing, I heard words, so faint I almost dismissed them. A whisper, rhythmic, repeating. I strained to catch it, my breath caught in my chest. At first, it was little more than syllables broken by the rush of water. Then clarity struck like a blade. "Help me, help me." The words were fragile, stretched thin, but they were there. My hands gripped the railing so hard the steel cut into my palms. A sick certainty settled in me. It wanted me to climb down again. It wanted me closer. Against my better judgment, I obeyed. I descended the gorge for the second time, the rope biting into my hands, boots slipping on loose shale. The crying guided me, drifting ahead, pausing whenever I stumbled, resuming when I steadied myself. By the time I reached the bottom, darkness had bled across the sky, leaving the gorge swallowed in shadow. My headlamp cut narrow tunnels of light through the damp air. The sobbing had grown louder, closer than ever before. It echoed off the rocks with a cruel intimacy, circling me no matter which direction I turned. I called out again, my voice trembling. "Where are you? Show yourself." For the first time, the crying stopped in response. Silence spread, thick and unnatural. Then a splash. A sharp sound, close by. I swung the light toward the riverbank, where something shifted just beyond the beam. My breath stilled. A shape crouched among the stones. Too small to be an adult, too thin, but unmistakably human in outline. I staggered forward, heart hammering. "It's okay," I called. "I'll help you." The figure raised its head. For the briefest moment, the beam caught its face, or what should have been a face. Instead, water streamed from hollow sockets, pouring as though from broken clay. A mouth stretched open, wider than any child's mouth could, releasing a cry so piercing it rattled my bones. I stumbled back, my flashlight shaking wildly. The beam struck bare stone. The figure was gone. The sobbing, however, had not. It erupted all around me. Dozens of voices now, children crying from every crack in the gorge, from beneath every rock, from the water itself. I fled. My boots splashed through shallow pools, hands clawing at the rope as I scrambled upward. The cries followed, climbing the gorge walls, pressing against my ears until I thought they would burst. By the time I reached the top, I collapsed onto the dirt path, chest heaving, skin cold with sweat. I did not sleep that night, nor the next. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw water spilling from hollow faces, heard the shrieking chorus rising from the gorge. My reflection in the bathroom mirror began to look thinner, paler, like someone retreating from himself. I considered telling someone, police, colleagues, anyone. But what could I say? That children with no eyes wept beneath the suspension bridge. I would be dismissed as tired, unstable. Perhaps I was. Yet the sound had been real. Too real. On the fourth night after my second descent, I found myself drawn back again. I fought it, told myself I was done. But the compulsion gnawed until I could not resist. I needed to know what the bridge wanted from me. This time, as I stepped onto the planks, the sobbing began immediately. No waiting, no subtle rise. It was there, as though expecting me. The voices overlapped, layers of grief spilling upward from the gorge. I quickened my pace to the center, leaning over the railing, my pulse erratic. Why? I shouted into the darkness. Why me? The cries shifted. Some quieted, others rose, until from the chaos one voice emerged. Clear, deliberate, almost calm. A child's voice, but stronger than the others. Calm down, it said. The words did not echo. They sank directly into me, bypassing air and bone. My skin prickled, my knees locked. I turned and ran. The bridge swayed violently as my footsteps pounded across it. The crying chased me, rising, pressing against my back, until I reached the far side and nearly collapsed onto the trail. Even then, the wails lingered, muffled but insistent, seeping into the night air. I avoided the bridge for days afterward, yet it invaded every corner of my life. At work, while lecturing about the Civil War, I swore I heard a faint whimpering threading through the rustle of notebook paper. In the grocery store, between the hum of freezers, a child's sob echoed in my ear. At home, in the stillness of night, I could not tell if the crying was outside or inside me. And worse, I began to dream of water. Always water. I stood on the bridge, or sometimes on the riverbank, while unseen children wept. When I awoke, my pillow was damp with sweat, or with something colder, a chill moisture that clung to my skin. I feared I was unraveling. Yet deep down, beneath the fear, there was another truth. I knew this was not madness. It was a haunting, one fixed on me, and I feared it was not finished. One evening, restless and brittle with exhaustion, I lit a lantern and walked to the bridge again. I told myself it would be the last time, that I needed finality. The night was moonless, the gorge swallowed by black. As soon as I stepped onto the first plank, the cries began. But this time, they did not sound desperate. They sounded expectant. The sound greeted me like an old acquaintance, a chorus of grief threading through the night. Air, yet different now, measured, deliberate, as though every sob had been rehearsed. Each step I took across the suspension bridge seemed to draw the cries closer, until they weren't beneath me, but beside me, around me, inside me. My lantern swung with my pace, its glow trembling across the boards, painting shadows that looked like figures leaning in to watch. By the time I reached the midpoint, the crying stilled. It was not silence, exactly, but a pause, an inhalation before speech. The wind tugged at the cables, their groan low and metallic, and below the river churned its endless hymn. For a long moment, nothing else came. Then, from the darkness beneath the bridge, a single voice rose. Martin. The sound of my own name, spoken in a child's voice, nearly toppled me. My lantern clattered against the railing as I seized it, knuckles white, heart slamming. No one had ever called me from that gorge before. Until now, the cries had been pleading but impersonal. Hearing my name shattered any illusion that I had stumbled upon random echoes. This thing, whatever it was, knew me. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice scraping against the night. "What do you want?" The reply drifted upward, steady and chilling in its simplicity. "Help us." The lantern light trembled across the planks. I leaned over, forcing myself to look down. The beam caught nothing but water and stone, yet the voice did not fade. It repeated, more insistent this time. "Help us, Martin." I wanted to turn and run as I had before. My every instinct screamed at me to flee. But another part of me, a deeper, almost treacherous part, longed to answer, to end the torment of uncertainty. I whispered, barely able to push the words past my throat. "How?" The crying erupted again, dozens of voices layered over one another, a symphony of anguish. And within it, beneath it, the same words threaded through. "Come down. Come down." My knees weakened. My mind spun back to the last time. I climbed into the gorge, when I saw the shape crouched among the stones, its face pouring water where eyes should have been. Every rational thought told me to leave, but I found myself tying the rope to the railing anyway. Hands shaking, the lantern wedged in the crook of the steel. I told myself this was final, that I would see the truth with my own eyes or be destroyed by it. Either way, the endless torment of not knowing would end. The descent felt longer than before. My headlamp carved narrow tunnels through the dark, and the cries grew louder with every step downward. They no longer echoed from every wall, but rose directly beneath me, as if the gorge itself breathed sorrow. My boots scraped stone, dislodging pebbles that vanished into the roar below. At last, my feet struck the riverbank, slick and uneven. The crying ceased at once. The sudden absence left my ears ringing. Only the river remained, surging black and white through the gorge. I swept my light across the rocks, searching. Nothing, just stone gleaming with spray. Then, the lantern above flickered. Its glow shivered on the bridge far overhead, and in that stuttering light, shadows shifted along the riverbank. Small shapes, hunched and trembling, emerging one by one from the rocks themselves. Children. There were at least a dozen of them, maybe more, each figure pale and wavering as though clothed from mist. Their clothes clung wetly to thin bodies, indistinguishable except for the way they hung heavy with water. Their faces were wrong. Eyes drowned in shadow, mouths stretched open in voiceless cries. Water poured endlessly from their sockets, streaming down their cheeks, falling in droplets that hissed against the stones. I staggered back, boots slipping. The figures did not advance, but they lifted their faces toward me in unison. Their mouths opened wider, and then the sound began again. Not crying, but something worse. A single drawn-out wail, high and hollow, like the last breath of something drowning. It filled the gorge, vibrating through my bones. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the sound burrowed past flesh and bone, straight into my mind. My knees buckled. My vision swam. And within that endless scream, words took shape. "We are beneath. We are lost. Bring us home." I gasped, fighting to remain upright. "I can't." The words broke. "I don't know how." The figures swayed, their outlines flickering. The water pouring from them darkened, thickened until it seemed the river itself bent toward them. For a moment I thought they would rise and drown me in their grief. Instead, one figure stepped forward, smaller than the rest, its form sharper in the headlamp's beam. A girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, hair clinging to her face in dripping strands. She lifted a hand and pointed not at me, but at the bridge above. I turned, following the gesture. The lantern swung faintly in the wind. My rope trailed from it, a lifeline to the world above. The girl's voice cut through the wailing, steady and almost human. "Jump." The word froze me. I stared at her, unable to comprehend. "What?" Her mouth opened wider, water spilling. "Jump," she repeated, louder now, joined by the others. "Jump! Jump! Jump!" They pressed closer, not touching me, but tightening their circle until the river hissed at my heels. The chant grew deafening, dozens of voices demanding the same impossible thing. My chest locked. My legs trembled. Every part of me screamed to run, to climb back up the rope, but when I looked, the rope dangled just out of reach. My own knot had loosened. The lantern flickered one last time and went out. Darkness collapsed around me. The only light left was my headlamp, a feeble glow against the suffocating night. The children surged forward. Their faces hovered inches from mine, eyeless and endless, mouths pouring water. The chant pounded inside my skull. "Jump! Jump!" I don't remember deciding to move. My body acted before thought could intervene. I turned and hurled myself into the river. The water was ice, a violent grip dragging me under. My scream filled my throat, only to be torn away by the current. The river spun me, slammed me against rocks, pulled me deeper. And through it all, I heard them, the children, crying with me, their voices rising as one. When I broke the surface, gasping, the gorge was empty. The river carried me past jagged stone, past the shadow of the bridge above. No figures stood on the bank. No children wept. Only water roared in my ears. I do not remember how I made it out. My next memory is of lying on the riverbank miles downstream, lungs burning, body battered. Dawn bled across the horizon, pale and merciless. It has been 3 weeks since then. I have not set foot on the bridge again. Though I hear it from my house. The faint sobbing carried on the wind, the distant chant threaded through the river's roar. At night, when I close my eyes, water seeps into my dreams. Sometimes I wake to find my sheets damp, my skin cold as though I have just crawled from the gorge. I know I will return. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. The children's voices linger inside me, soft and insistent. They want me to finish what I began. And the worst part is, I think I want it too. Because in the moments before the mover swallowed me, when their cries rose and merged with my own, I felt something almost like belonging. And once you hear the cry beneath the suspension bridge, you are never alone again. My name is Victor Lane. I was born and raised in Arkansas, a place where rivers carve their way through limestone, and where caves hide in the folds of wooded hills. For most of my adult life, I worked in construction, the kind of job that left my hands calloused and my back permanently stiff. But on weekends, when the world slowed down, I turned to hiking and river exploration to feel as though I could still breathe fresh air instead of sawdust. I was never a professional outdoorsman, but I learned how to handle myself in the woods. Reading a map, keeping track of the sun, and never overestimating my own endurance. These skills became more than hobbies. They were my way of holding on to sanity after long weeks of labor. I introduce myself this way because I want you to know I wasn't careless or naive when it came to wilderness trips. I was cautious, I was aware, and I prided myself on recognizing dangers before they could harm me. It was late October when I found the cave along the White River. The leaves had turned brittle shades of orange and red, carried downstream until the surface looked like a quilt sewn by an unseen hand. I had been paddling my kayak, alone, planning to spend the night at a campsite several miles away. The morning had been calm, the water steady. The kind of day where the only sound was the dip of a paddle and the whisper of wind in bare branches. I remember pulling ashore to stretch my legs, dragging the kayak onto gravel. That was when I saw the dark mouth carved into the bluff. The cave opening was nothing dramatic, just a crescent gap about 12 feet high, shaded by brush and vines. I had passed other caves along the river before, most shallow and filled with damp earth, but something about this one drew me closer. Perhaps it was curiosity. Perhaps it was the way the air felt cooler as I stood near the entrance, like stepping close to the breath of something ancient. I told myself I would just take a look inside. Nothing more, no deeper than a few yards. But that was the first of many lies I ended up telling myself. I ducked into the cave, pulling a flashlight from my backpack. The beam illuminated walls of slick stone, gray streaked with veins of darker minerals. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, tapping the ground in irregular rhythms. My boots crunched over loose gravel, but what made me stop cold was the sound that followed. Each step I took didn't just echo. It returned to me like a second set of footsteps, distinct, trailing just behind. It wasn't the sharp snap of sound bouncing back. No, it was deliberate, delayed, almost as if someone was matching my pace with a fraction of hesitation. At first I thought it was my imagination. Caves distort noises, after all, stretching them, bending them into strange reflections. I paused and swung the beam behind me. The tunnel lay empty, the mouth of the cave still visible, a slice of daylight framed by shadow. I tried again, walking forward, slower this time, listening. Crunch. Crunch. Then an answer crunch. My skin prickled. The air felt heavier. I said aloud, perhaps more firmly than I realized, "Hello." My voice rolled away, swallowed by stone, and for a moment I regretted breaking the silence. Nothing answered. No rustle of animals. No shift of loose rock, no sigh of breath. I told myself it was sound waves bouncing in uneven ways. Still, I turned to leave. And that was when I realized the daylight had dimmed. The mouth of the cave looked darker than it should have. The sun hadn't set. It was too early for that. Yet the light outside had weakened, like someone had drawn a sheer curtain across it. I walked faster toward the exit, and the echoing steps chased me, closer now, not lagging but keeping up. I forced myself not to run, my pulse pounding louder than the drip of water. When I stepped into the fresh air, the sound stopped instantly. Silence crashed over me, broken only by the gentle rush of the river. I laughed nervously, shaking my head, telling myself I had let shadows and echoes get the better of me. But even as I climbed back into the kayak, I kept glancing over my shoulder at that cave. The darker mouth seemed to pulse with something unseen, a hollow drumbeat waiting for another step to set it off. The rest of my paddle downriver should have been calming. The water was steady, the banks lined with cliffs and skeletal trees, the world empty except for the wing beat of a heron lifting skyward. But I couldn't shake the sensation of being followed. Every paddle stroke seemed too loud, and I caught myself looking at ripples behind me, as though expecting another kayak to appear. I told myself once I reached camp, I would set up the fire, cook a warm meal, and let the comfort of routine wash the unease away. When I pulled ashore at my intended site, twilight had already brushed the trees with muted gold. I set up my tent quickly, collected firewood, and struck a match. Flames rose, licking the cool air, and for the first time that day I felt anchored again. Dinner was simple: beans, jerky. I ate while watching the river shift in dim light, the fire crackling at my side. That was when the sound returned. It began faintly, like a drum far away, muffled, hollow. I froze with a half-chewed bite in my mouth, listening. The river made constant noise, but this was separate, a cadence. Thump. Pause. Thump. It seemed to come from downstream, where the dark shape of the bluff lay, the one that had sheltered the cave. I told myself it was a tree limb knocking in the current, but deep inside, I knew the rhythm was too steady, too patient. Night fell. The stars hung cold above the tree line, and I doused the fire lower, not wanting its light to feel like a beacon. The drumbeat came and went, fading then returning. I walked to the water's edge, trying to catch sight of debris, but the river glistened empty. My reflection shivered with every ripple, and then I heard the crunch of footsteps behind me. I spun, heart hammering, but the camp lay as it had, tent zipped, fire low, gear stacked, yet the steps had been clear. 2, maybe 3, on gravel. I called out again, voice harsher now. "Who's there?" The words cracked the night. Nothing answered. No animal darted, no branch shifted. I stood there too long, staring into the woods, until the silence itself felt oppressive. I finally retreated into my tent, zipping the entrance, clutching my flashlight like a weapon. Sleep was impossible. Each time my eyes closed, I jolted awake, convinced I'd heard a step outside, or the hollow thump of the drum closer. The hours dragged until dawn bled faint, gray through the fabric of the tent. Morning should have relieved me, but instead, I felt drained. The air was colder, the river sluggish. I forced myself through breakfast, packing, convincing my muscles to keep moving. My plan had been to continue downstream for another day, before circling back. But the thought of passing that cave again made my chest tighten. And yet, some stubborn part of me, call it pride or foolishness, demanded I return. I wanted proof that what I'd heard had been nothing more than tricks of sound. So, against my better judgment, I paddled back upstream. Each bend I rounded, I hoped the cave would not be there, that I'd mistaken its location. But soon enough, the bluff appeared, and with it the crescent mouth, darker now in daylight than had been the evening before. I beached the kayak and stood on gravel, staring at the entrance. No sound, no movement, just shadow. My hand trembled slightly as I gripped the flashlight again. I told myself, 5 minutes inside, no more. Enough to prove the echoes were only echoes. I stepped into the cave, the beam cutting across stone. Again, the steps answered mine, delayed but distinct. Crunch. I froze, swung the light behind me. Empty tunnel, daylight visible. Still, the answering footsteps waited. I felt sweat bead at my neck despite the chill. I took another step, slow. Crunch. The answer came, one beat behind. And then, for the first time, the rhythm changed. The echo added an extra step. The moment the rhythm changed, I felt something in my chest seize. like a hand had closed around my ribs. Echoes don't invent new sounds. They mimic, distort maybe, but they don't create. Yet the cave gave me back a step I hadn't taken, and it was not an accident of stone or sound. It was deliberate. I swung the flashlight wildly, the beam darting along the slick walls. My breathing grew ragged, filling the silence with harsh notes I couldn't control. Another crunch came. Slow, drawn out, too heavy for my own weight. It came from behind me. My throat tightened. I wanted to call out again, but I was terrified of what might answer. The light jittered across the tunnel, illuminating nothing but damp stone and a trail of gravel. The mouth of the cave glowed faintly with daylight, still open, still reachable. But the distance seemed longer than before, as if the tunnel had stretched, dragging me deeper even though I hadn't moved far. I forced myself to turn back toward the entrance, legs stiff, forcing steps. Crunch, crunch. Again the answers followed, but now they didn't trail behind. They overlapped, as though whoever was imitating me had closed the gap. My skin crawled. The sound wasn't simply footsteps anymore. There was weight behind them. A vibration in the stone, as though something larger than me was pressing down. I stumbled the last few yards until I burst into the daylight. The echo stopped instantly, cut clean as if severed. I staggered onto the gravel, heart thundering, lungs burning. For a long while, I stood there, bent over, my hands on my knees, gulping air like a man surfacing from water. The cave lay silent, indifferent. But in the stillness, I swore I heard something faint, almost below hearing, a low hum, like breath inside a hollow drum. I told myself I was done. No more caves, no more testing my luck. I shoved the flashlight deep into my pack, pushed the kayak into the water, and paddled hard. Upriver this time, wanting nothing more than to put distance between me and that place. Hours later, I reached another clearing along the river, a flatter stretch where fishermen often camped. The site had a fire ring, old ashes scattered, evidence of others who had passed through. I dragged the kayak ashore, set up camp, and tried to convince myself that here, at least, I could sleep. The sun lowered, throwing gold across the water, and for the first time since stepping into the cave, I felt the knot in my chest loosen. But when night came, the sound returned. It began as a single thump, faint, carried on the water. Then another, steady, rhythmic. My hands froze over the small camp stove, ears straining. The cadence was unmistakable, footsteps. But there was no gravel here, no stone. Just soil, leaves, and water. Yet the beats carried like the sound of boots striking a drum. I turned off the stove, plunging myself into silence. The thumps grew louder. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam along the tree line, across the riverbank into the brush. Nothing moved. Nothing reflected the light. Still, the rhythm drew closer. Who's out there? My voice cracked more than I'd intended. The answer came not as words, but as timing. After my call, the thump stopped. The silence pressed against my eardrums until it roared. Then, slowly, deliberately, one more step echoed, as if in response. I backed toward the tent, flashlight trembling in my grip. Every shadow seemed thicker, heavier, stretching toward me. The trees swayed slightly in the night wind, but their motion didn't match the sound. The river gurgled, indifferent. My chest felt tight, as though the air itself had grown heavy with presence. That night I barely slept. Each time my eyelids lowered, I would hear it again. Sometimes faint, sometimes close. A steady tread, unhurried, patient. Always waiting for me to acknowledge it. At dawn, My eyes were bloodshot, my hands shaking. I packed quickly, telling myself I would head home. No more exploring, no more curiosity. I'd had enough. The river was calm that morning, a mirror of pale sky. I paddled with aching arms, desperate to cover miles. But as the cliffs rose again on my left, I realized with horror that I had drifted back near the bluff that housed the cave. I hadn't meant to return. The river's bends had betrayed me, circling me back like some cruel trick. There it was, the mouth of the cave, darker than shadow, a wound in the stone. I told myself not to look, not to stop, but my arms slowed on their own. My kayak rocked gently as I drifted closer to shore. I hated myself for it, hated the pull, but it was stronger than reason. I dragged the boat onto gravel once more, the sound scraping too loud in the still air. My legs carried me forward before my mind agreed. The cave loomed. My hand went to the flashlight again, though I wanted nothing less than to see what lay inside. The moment I stepped within, the drum began. It was louder this time. Each step I took crashed back, as though struck on hollow wood, a cavernous beat that reverberated in my chest. And again, it wasn't alone. The answering steps came, not mimicking now, but weaving their own rhythm, closing in on me. I froze, beam trembling. And then I heard it breath. It wasn't my own. This was deeper, slower, as though pulled from a chest larger than mine. It rasped through the darkness, accompanied by the steady drum of footsteps. The flashlight beam caught nothing but rock, but I felt the weight of a gaze, heavy and unblinking. I stumbled backward, heart hammering, words spilling from me. I don't belong here. I'm leaving. The footsteps stopped. I waited, every nerve on fire. Then, from the depths, came a sound that froze the marrow in my bones. A laugh. It wasn't loud, wasn't wild, but soft, guttural, drawn out. It was the laugh of something that had been waiting too long. My legs carried me in blind panic. I ran, light jerking, breath tearing at my throat. The cave mouth neared, but each step seemed to stretch it farther away. Still, I forced myself forward until I burst into daylight, collapsing onto the gravel. The sound didn't follow. The cave behind me sat silent, empty as stone, but I couldn't shake the certainty that the laugh still lingered, echoing inside me long after it had faded from the air. I launched the kayak with frantic hands, paddling until my arms screamed. Only when the bluff vanished from sight did I stop, chest heaving. I told myself this was it. Straight home, no stops, no detours. I had trespassed somewhere I didn't understand, and it had noticed me. But the river had other plans. As dusk fell, I searched desperately for a safe place to camp. Every bend I rounded offered only steep banks or dense brush. Exhaustion clawed at me, but I forced myself onward. Then, as the last light bled from the sky, I spotted a narrow beach, gravel and sand nestled between trees. I dragged the kayak up and collapsed. Too tired to think, too afraid to let darkness find me still on the water. I built no fire that night. I ate nothing. I simply sat in the tent, flashlight off, holding myself still. The forest whispered around me, leaves rustling, insects buzzing. For a while, I thought maybe I had outrun it. Maybe the cave kept its horrors to itself. Then came the first step. It was so close I thought someone stood just outside the tent. The fabric trembled slightly, or maybe it was my vision, but I swore a shadow passed across it. I held my breath, straining. Another step came, circling, slow, deliberate. I clenched the flashlight until my knuckles ached. My mind screamed at me to turn it on, to shine it through the tent wall, but terror rooted me. The steps continued, pacing around, forming a circle. I pictured boots grinding gravel, but there was no gravel here. Only soft earth. Yet the sound was hollow, drum, like reverberating through the ground itself. And then the circle closed. The steps stopped at the entrance. I waited, sweat dripping down my spine, heart pounding against my ribs. Silence pressed in, thicker than the canvas. Then the zipper stirred. The zipper stirred as though a hand pressed against it from outside. My heart stuttered. The faint rasp of metal teeth sliding. A part blowed into the silence of the night. Inch by inch, the entrance opened, and I lay frozen, gripping the flashlight, but too terrified to raise it. I prayed it was the wind, though I knew no wind tugged with such patience. I forced myself to move. The flashlight snapped on, beam searing the inside of the tent. Nothing stood within the narrow space with me. But the zipper kept pulling downward, deliberate, unhurried, until a sliver of the outside world showed through. I lunged forward and yanked it shut with both hands, fumbling to clip the locks. My breath came ragged, panic tearing me apart from the inside. Outside, silence. Not even the normal stir of forest life. The cicadas, the frogs, the rustle of leaves. All muted as though smothered beneath an invisible hand. I clutched the flashlight like a weapon and whispered to myself over and over, "Just make it to morning. Just make it to morning." I didn't sleep. Hours passed, every second stretching longer than it should. When dawn finally seeped into the fabric of the tent, I shoved everything into my pack with trembling hands and dragged the kayak into the water. I didn't eat, didn't even drink. I paddled as though the river were fire, and only motion could keep me alive. The world looked wrong. The trees bent closer overhead, branches skeletal against pale light. The cliffs seemed taller, pressing in on the river like walls. I paddled harder, arms numb, shoulders burning. Every splash of the paddle felt deafening. Worse still, I heard it again, the hollow thump. Keeping pace with me, not on gravel this time, but woven into the current. The water itself seemed to drum beneath me, a rhythm I could not escape. By midday, I found a wide bend with a gravel bar exposed by the low river. I pulled ashore, desperate for rest. The sun shone weak, its warmth pale, but at least I felt removed from the shadow of the cave. I sat, knees drawn to my chest, staring at the water. My hands trembled even when I tried to still them. That was when I noticed it. Across the river, in the tree line, something shifted. At first I thought it was an animal, a deer or a bear. But then I realized it was standing upright, tall, motionless. My chest tightened. The distance was too great to make out details, but the figure didn't move, didn't sway, didn't breathe. It only stood, half-shadowed, as though watching. I scrambled for the kayak, shoving it back into the water, heart hammering so hard I could barely think. I didn't look back. I paddled until the bend of the river erased that strip of gravel and trees from view. The rest of the day passed in a blur of exhaustion and fear. Every sound became suspect, every ripple in the water a threat. I told myself I was close now, that the out point wasn't far. That once I reached my truck I would drive until the cave was a memory swallowed by distance. I clung to that thought like a lifeline, but the river had other plans. Twilight arrived too soon. The cliffs grew jagged, the light fading faster than it should. I searched desperately for familiar landmarks, but none came. I had paddled this stretch before. I knew it, yet everything seemed altered, twisted. My chest tightened as realization sank in. I was lost on a river I thought I knew. The drumming returned, louder now, echoing not from behind, not from the shore, but from beneath the kayak. Each stroke of the paddle sent vibrations through the hull, each pause filled with hollow beats rising from the depths. My hands slipped on the paddle from sweat. I whispered to myself, "Don't stop. Don't stop." The sun vanished. Darkness folded over the water. Stars pricked the sky, but their light felt cold, distant. The river gleamed like a vein of ink. And then the kayak jolted. Something had struck from below. The hull shuddered. I nearly capsized, flinging the paddle into the water. My hands clawed for it, heart hammering, but before I could grip it, the boat lurched again. From the depths came a hollow blow, like a massive drum struck by an unseen hand. The sound vibrated through my bones. I screamed. The kayak spun helplessly, carried by current. My flashlight beam swung wildly, catching glimpses of stone walls rising on either side. The river had funneled me into a narrow gorge. The cliffs loomed higher, blacker, pressing out the stars. My breath hitched. I recognized this place, not from maps, not from memory, but from nightmare certainty. I was being pulled back, and there it was. The cave mouth yawned from the base of the cliff ahead, larger than I remembered, vast and hungry. Water rushed into it, swallowing the current. My kayak spun toward it, helpless, pulled by the river's grip. I screamed again, clawing at the water with bare hands, but nothing slowed me. The current dragged me straight into the throat of the cave. The darkness inside was total. My flashlight's beam pierced only a few feet before fading, devoured by black. The drumming grew thunderous, each beat rolling like thunder, shaking the walls. The air reeked of damp stone and something older, muskier, like rot sealed away for centuries. And then I saw them. Footprints. They lined the wet stone along both sides of the tunnel, pressed deep into mud where no human had walked. They trailed in both directions, leading deeper into the cave, circling back, some larger than any boot could make, others twisted, animal-like, claws dragging grooves. My skin crawled. My mind rebelled. The kayak ground to a stop on a hidden bar of gravel. I stumbled out, legs weak, flashlight quaking in my hand. The beats of the hollow drum slowed now, as though savoring the moment. Each step I took echoed back, not once but many times, layered, overlapping. A chorus of footsteps surrounding me. And then the laughter returned. It rose from every wall, every shadow, guttural and mocking, like dozens of voices at once. My flashlight flickered, beam sputtering. The laughter swelled, filled the cave, until I could no longer tell which direction it came from. My heart convulsed in my chest, my breath caught in ragged gasps. I ran. My boots hammered gravel, each step matched by countless others. Shapes flickered at the edge of light. Elongated arms. Eyes that gleamed too high above the ground. Mouths open in silent mirth. I stumbled, fell, scraped my hands raw, but I forced myself up. The tunnel seemed endless. And then, ahead, I saw light. A faint glow, warm, golden, a promise of escape. I ran harder, lungs searing, tears streaking my face. The laughter followed, growing sharper, higher, until it became shrieks. My legs gave everything I had left. I burst into open air. I collapsed onto gravel, rolling onto my back, sucking in the sky. Stars glittered above, sharp and endless. The river rushed beside me. Behind me, the cave yawned silent, the glow of my flashlight faint within. No laughter followed. No footsteps echoed. Only the rush of water. I lay there until dawn painted the horizon. My body ached, every muscle screaming, but I was alive. I never returned for the kayak. I never returned to that stretch of river. I don't think I could find it again even if I tried. It's been months now. I sit in my home, far from the bluffs, far from the water. I try to convince myself it was all exhaustion, fear, hallucination. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is still and the wind rattles the windows, I hear it again. Soft, steady, deliberate. Footsteps echoing just behind mine. And sometimes, if I let the silence linger too long, I hear the hollow drum and the laughter that waits for me to follow it back. My name is Paul Jennings, and I have always considered myself a practical man, not one easily given to superstition or stories of the supernatural. I was raised in a small town where long days of work left little room for fear of shadows or whispers in the dark. I am 36 years old, unmarried, and I have spent much of my life traveling through the quieter corners of the country, often alone. I work in forestry management, a job that requires long stretches in the field, setting up camp far from the towns and highways, sometimes days away from the nearest person. Perhaps because of this, I have grown used to silence, to the creak of trees in the wind, and the chatter of rivers moving steadily toward the sea. I have walked alone through forests at midnight and crossed fields where the only light was the pale shine of the moon. None of those moments unsettled me. That I must admit, there are nights that settle into memory like splinters. Nights when the air feels heavy with something you cannot name, and the dark is not empty. It was in late autumn when I pitched my tent along a gravel bar beside the river. The weather had cooled, the days shortening, and the sound of the water promised both calm and a steady source of drinking water. The gravel bar stretched out in a flat crescent, the stones smooth from years of flooding and ice. Across the river, the tree line rose dark and unbroken, the pines holding the last hints of daylight in their needles. I had hiked a long distance that day, and I felt the relief of dropping my pack, unrolling my tent, and kindling a small fire with the last of the light. There was nothing unusual at first. I cooked a simple meal, watched the smoke drift up into the dusk, and listened to the river. There were no other campsites nearby, no canoes or voices drifting along the water, no headlights from distant roads. I was alone, or so I thought, and I found comfort in that solitude. When the fire died down, I climbed into my tent, stretched out on my sleeping bag, and let the cold of the night settle around me. The first sound came long after I had closed my eyes. At first, I mistook it for the shifting of gravel under the river's current, a trick of sound that carried across the water. But it did not fade or change with the flow. It was deliberate, slow, and unmistakable. The crunch of heavy boots on stone. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The sound came from just beyond the thin nylon walls of my tent. Crunch, crunch. Each step pressed into the gravel, the weight distinct, as if someone were pacing only a few feet away. I told myself it might be an animal. A deer, perhaps, drawn to the scent of my food, or even a bear. But the rhythm was too steady, too precise. 4 beats in a row, then a pause, then 4 again. It was walking, not scuffling or rooting. I lay there listening, straining my ears, my heart thudding against my ribs. The footsteps circled. That was the part that chilled me most. They did not wander off toward the trees or the river. They stayed in a slow loop around my tent, crunching steadily over the stones, as if tracing the fabric's outline. I reached for the handle of my knife, the only weapon I carried, and held it tight in my palm. I did not unzip the tent or call out. Some instinct told me to stay still, to keep silent. The circling went on for what felt like hours. Every time I thought the sound was drifting farther away, it would return, closer, deliberate, dragging against the gravel as though the boots were heavier than they should have been. I pictured some drifter, a man who had wandered into my camp unseen, studying me, waiting for me to come out. My mind conjured shapes, a broad figure with shoulders hunched, a face shadowed under a brim. But I could not prove it. I did not dare look. I clenched my teeth until my jaw ached. I thought about unzipping the flap, just a few inches to peer outside. But every sense I had screamed against it. If there truly was someone out there, what would they do if they saw me? Watching if it was only my imagination, then why did the steps continue? Never rushing, never stopping. At some point I realized the steps matched the racing of my heart. Crunch, crunch. My pulse answered back. Time thinned. I do not know if minutes passed or whole hours. I only know that the boots never ceased their circling. When I drifted close to sleep out of sheer exhaustion, a louder crunch would snap me awake. It was like being hunted without a chase, trapped in my own body by the insistence of another's presence. Then, just as suddenly as they had begun, the footsteps stopped. The silence pressed down so heavily that I almost missed the sound of the river. I lay in that stillness, afraid to believe it was over. Slowly, the black outside my tent lightened to gray. Dawn was approaching. My eyes burned from staying open so long, and every muscle ached from holding still. When daylight finally broke across the gravel bar, I unzipped the tent with shaking fingers. The air outside was sharp and cold, my breath rising in quick clouds. The camp was untouched. My gear lay where I had left it. The fire pit was nothing but ash. But the ground told a different story. Around my tent, pressed deep into the gravel, were the prints of boots. Large, heavy, and unmistakable. They formed a perfect ring around my campsite, circling again and again, overlapping until the stones were indented with dozens of impressions. I bent low, staring at them in disbelief. The size was larger than mine, and the depth suggested a weight far greater than a normal man. I counted at least 3 full rings before the trail broke toward the river, where the prints simply ended at the water's edge. I stood there for a long time, the morning sun rising weakly behind me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if the figure might still be watching from the trees. I told myself I would pack my things and leave immediately, but something in me resisted. Part of me wanted to believe there was a rational explanation, some way to explain away the sound of boots and the marks in the gravel. But deep down, I knew better. That was only the first night. What followed tested my resolve in ways I cannot fully express. For once you hear footsteps circling you in the dark, footsteps that leave no companion, no voice, no face, you begin to understand that solitude is not always what it seems. I did not leave right away, though I knew I should have. The prints circling my tent were reason enough to pack my things and push upriver until I found safer ground, maybe even hike all the way back to the truck. But something stronger than fear held me there. Curiosity, stubbornness, the same trait that had kept me in the field long after coworkers begged me to take safer assignments. I told myself that whoever or whatever had walked, my tent was gone now. The morning was bright, the sky a clear sweep of pale blue, and it seemed absurd to abandon my campsite over something that might have been explained if I had the courage to look closer. so I stayed. I tried to shake it off by keeping busy. I gathered fresh wood, rebuilt the fire, and boiled water for coffee. Every so often, though, my eyes drifted back to the boot prints. They were too perfect, too precise, looping endlessly around the tent as if drawn with a compass. It was not the randomness of an animal nosing around, nor the wandering steps of a drunk or lost hiker. These steps had intention, and the intention was me. By late morning, I forced myself to explore the gravel bar. The trail of boots ended at the river's edge, where the stones dipped into the water. I crouched there and searched for signs of crossing. Disturbed sand, broken reeds, ripples that might have carried onward. There was nothing. The prints simply stopped where the gravel slipped beneath the current. No trail picked up on the other side of the riverbank, though I scanned it carefully with my binoculars. Either the figure had vanished into the water or it hadn't needed to leave footprints beyond that point at all. I returned to camp unsettled. The day stretched long and silent. Even the usual noise of birds seemed muted, as though the woods themselves were listening. I busied myself with repairing a torn strap on my pack and writing in my field journal, though I wrote nothing about the night before. Somehow, setting it down in ink felt like giving it weight, making it real, and I wasn't ready for that. When the sun sank toward the horizon again, dread crept over me. I rebuilt the fire higher than usual, stacking it until flames leapt into the dark. I positioned my lantern close to the tent, casting a glow across the gravel. I told myself the light would keep whatever it was away, though I wasn't sure I believed it. Night fell quickly. The fire hissed and cracked. The river carried its constant voice, and the trees on the far bank became a black wall. I sat outside my tent for as long as I could stand it, knife at my side, eyes straining at every flicker of shadow. Hours passed. The flames dwindled to embers. My body ached with exhaustion, and eventually I climbed into the tent, zipped it closed, and lay down. I held my breath, listening. For a while, there was only the whisper of wind through branches. I began to think maybe the footsteps had been a one-time terror, some strange drifter who had wandered off, or a trick of my mind sharpened by solitude. My eyes grew heavy. Then the crunch came again. It was softer at first, as if whoever, or whatever, it was had learned how to move more carefully. The steps pressed into the gravel with deliberate patience, circling the tent exactly as before. My throat closed tight. I gripped the knife until my knuckles ached, sweat prickling down my back. Crunch. Crunch. The sound passed close by my head, only a thin sheet of nylon separating me from it. I could almost imagine seeing the shadow of boots through the fabric, though when I dared a glance, there was only black. The circling continued, unhurried, steady, around and around. I could not bear the helplessness. I snapped on my flashlight and shone it through the tent wall, the beam cutting through the nylon and spilling onto the gravel. Nothing. The light revealed only the curve of stones, empty and silent. But the moment I clicked it off, the crunching resumed. I tried calling out then, my voice raw with tension. Who's out there? No answer. Only the deliberate tread, grinding stone beneath weight. I shouted again, threatening, demanding, pleading. Nothing changed. Whoever circled me did not care to respond. I stayed awake until dawn once more. Drifting in and out of shallow, panicked half-sleep, the boots always returning whenever silence threatened to lull me. When daylight came, I staggered out of the tent, blinking hard against exhaustion. The prints were there again. Not just circling this time, but pressed deeper, heavier, as though the weight had doubled. They overlapped until they seemed to churn the gravel, digging grooves into the bar. And just like before, they ended at the river's edge, swallowed by the water. I was done pretending it was harmless. I decided then to leave. I broke down my camp with clumsy hands, stuffing the tent and gear into my pack, scattering ash over the fire pit. Every moment I expected to hear that crunching start again, even under the bright morning sun. I set out upriver, following the trail I had marked earlier. My legs trembled from lack of sleep, but adrenaline carried me. I wanted distance, wanted the gravel bar and its circling prints behind me. I hiked for hours, pushing deeper into the woods, until I reached another clearing beside the water, smaller, sheltered by thick trees. It was not ideal, but it felt safer than the openness of the gravel bar. By dusk, I had set up camp again. My nerves were raw, and every crack of a branch or flutter of wings made me spin with my knife ready. I lit another strong fire and kept the lantern close. The river here was narrower, the water quicker, and the air smelled of moss and earth. For a while, I believed I had escaped it. But when the fire burned low, and I sat in the hush of the forest, the fear returned. I had not seen anyone on the trail. I had found no signs of hunters or campers, no evidence of another person at all. The woods had been utterly empty, and yet the crunch of boots on gravel still echoed in my head, steady and patient, like something that could not be left behind. That night, as the embers glowed low, I lay in my tent and told myself it would not follow me. That whatever haunted the gravel bar belonged there, bound to that place. I repeated it until exhaustion claimed me. I was wrong. At some point past midnight, I woke with the certainty that I was not alone. My eyes opened to pitch dark, the tent stifling, my breath caught in my chest. And then I heard it again. Not gravel this time, but the soft press of boots on soil moving just outside my tent. Slow, deliberate, circling. The sound of boots pressing into the soil tightened. Every muscle in my body. This time there was no mistaking it as imagination, no telling myself it belonged only to that gravel bar. The footsteps had followed me here. They circled the tent as before, slower on the softer earth, but still with the same patience, the same weight. I held my breath, willing myself not to move, knife clenched in my hand, heart slamming against my ribs. Crutch. A faint scuff. The steps drew closer to where my head lay, and for a moment, I thought I could feel the vibration of each press through the ground. I switched on my flashlight, desperate for proof, and thrust the beam at the tent wall. Once again, nothing, just the dim outline of trees beyond the nylon. But the moment the light clicked off, the steps continued as if mocking my attempt. I could not endure another night of circling. Summoning what courage I had left, I unzipped the flap in one swift motion, knife and light both raised, and thrust my head outside. The beam of the flashlight cut through the dark, shaking as my hand trembled. The camp was empty. The fire was a bed of coals. The trees stood in silence. No figure, no boots, no shadow. Yet the soil bore fresh prints, sharp and deep, right at the edge of the tent. I stumbled out, swinging the light wildly, my voice cracking as I shouted into the night. "Nof! Who are you? What do you want?" The only answer was the rush of the river and the pop of embers. The prints circled once again around, the tent before trailing off toward the trees, vanishing into the undergrowth without breaking stride. I followed them with the light, but 10 yards out they stopped cold on bare ground, as if the figure had evaporated. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat by the fire until dawn, my knife never leaving my grip, my eyes burning from keeping them open. When daylight came, I decided that I could not stay another night. Whatever this was, it would not stop. It had followed me once. It would follow again. The only choice left was to retreat. I broke camp quickly, my movements frantic, and began the long trek back downriver toward the trailhead. The forest felt wrong, as if every trunk and shadow held eyes. I forced myself onward, feet aching, shoulders raw under the pack's weight. The thought of the gravel bar haunted me. Those perfect circles, those prints ending at water's edge. I wanted only to put miles between me and that cursed place. By mid-afternoon, the sky had turned gray. Clouds stacked heavy above the tree line, and a chill wind rose from the river. I hurried, hoping to reach a shelter marker before the storm broke. But the woods seemed endless. Every so often, I glanced behind me, convinced I would see a figure striding silently after me. But the trail remained empty. Even so, I could not shake the sensation of being shadowed. It was just before dusk, when I came upon something that stopped me cold. The trail ahead curved onto another small gravel bar, along the bend of the river. And there, stamped clearly into the stones, were the prints. Large, heavy, circling in the same endless pattern I had seen before. I dropped to my knees, staring at them. They were fresh, impossibly fresh, as if pressed only moments ago. My skin crawled with the realization it was not following me. It was waiting for me. I backed away from the gravel, my hands shaking so hard, I nearly dropped the knife. My only thought was to reach the truck, to leave the forest behind before night fell. I forced myself onward, legs trembling, every sound magnified by terror. Branches creaked like breaking bones. The river hissed like a whisper. The storm caught me not long after. Rain hammered down through the trees, turning the path into muck. The light died quickly, shadows closing in. And soon I was stumbling through near darkness, my flashlight beam, cutting only a narrow tunnel through the sheets of water. My pack dragged at me. My clothes clung heavy, and exhaustion threatened to bring me to my knees. But the thought of those boots kept me moving, one foot after the other. Then I heard it again. Not my steps, not the rain, but another rhythm beneath it all. Crunch, crunch. Heavy, deliberate, pacing me from the trees. I swung the light, the beam flashing over trunks and branches, but nothing moved. Still, the steps matched my own, always just beyond sight, always steady. I began to run, my breath torn through my throat, my legs burning as I pounded down the trail. Behind me, the boots quickened, crashing through soil and stone, keeping pace with impossible precision. I did not dare look back. I could only run, the beam bouncing wildly ahead, the trail a blur of mud and roots. At last, through the storm and dark, I glimpsed the faint glow of the trailhead marker, reflecting in my light. Relief surged through me, giving me strength for the final sprint. I burst into the clearing where my truck waited, half expecting to find it gone. But it was there, solid, real, gleaming wet beneath the rain. I threw myself inside, slamming the door, fumbling with the keys. My hands shook so violently I dropped them once, then twice, before jamming them into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I flipped on the headlights and froze. In the beam of the lights, at the edge of the clearing where the gravel met the forest, stood the prints. Fresh, dark with water, circling in their perfect loop. and for the first time, I saw more than prints. Something shifted in the headlight's glare, a shape darker than the trees. Broad shoulders, the faint gleam of wet leather. And then, nothing, gone as if it had never been. But the prints remained. I did not wait to see more. I slammed the truck into gear and tore down the road, tires skidding on the slick gravel. I drove until the forest was nothing but a shadow in the rearview mirror, until the storm eased and the highway lights glowed ahead. I never returned to that river. I never camped alone again. But sometimes, when I wake in the middle of the night, I swear I hear it still. The steady crunch of boots circling, just beyond the walls of my room, patient as ever, waiting for me to listen. My name is Diana Hale, and I have never once thought of myself as someone particularly brave. I work in publishing. I keep to a quiet apartment on the edge of town, and I have always lived a fairly ordinary life, by any reasonable measure. Yet when I speak of what happened to me one autumn evening in the sycamore grove that bordered my neighborhood, I know I sound like someone recounting a dream, or perhaps a story plucked from the old folklore, books I edit for a living. But it was no dream. It began, as so many stories do, with something that felt small enough to ignore. Though I now understand, I should have treated it as the first crack in a wall, holding back something terrible. I had walked that grove countless times before. The sycamores rose in strange angles, their trunks pale and mottled like the skin of some sickly creature, and when the wind stirred their branches, the whole grove seemed to whisper. I often cut through it on my way home from the office. The main road was longer, louder, full of traffic and neon signs that flickered into the evening, while the grove provided silence, the kind that wrapped around you until you heard nothing but your own footsteps. I liked the solitude, though sometimes it pressed on me in a way that was difficult to describe. The night it began was unusually still. The air carried that faint coolness of early October, but there was no breeze, no rustle of leaves. I remember noticing how crisp the sound of my shoes against the dirt path seemed, as though every step was being amplified. I had left the office later than usual, the editors' meeting dragging on, with talk of holiday releases. And twilight had already surrendered to full darkness by the time I turned into the grove. My phone's flashlight cut a pale tunnel through the trees, and I told myself there was nothing unusual about the way the shadows pressed close at its edges. Halfway through, I felt it. The prickle on the back of my neck, the instinct older than language. I lifted the light higher, sweeping it across the trunks. That was when I first noticed it, a figure between the sycamores, utterly still, utterly black. So much darker than the shadows around it, that my light seemed to refuse its surface. It stood apart from the trees but blended in all the same, a void carved into the night. At first I thought it was a trick of the eyes. I blinked hard, convinced that fatigue was playing games with me. But when I lowered the light and raised it again, the figure had not changed. It was tall, taller than any person I knew, with no edges I could quite make out. Its proportions were wrong in a way that eluded my ability to define. It didn't shift, didn't breathe, didn't sway with the branches. It simply watched. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a person dressed in black, though the idea of someone waiting silently in the grove made my stomach tighten. Maybe it was a stump, some strange trick of contrast. I almost convinced myself of that, until the shadows on the ground betrayed it. The trees cast their long, angled shapes under my light, but this figure cast nothing. The earth beneath it was bare. I told myself to keep walking. My apartment was only a few minutes away if I cut straight through. If I stopped, if I turned back, I would only be admitting that my nerves were stronger than reason. So I kept going, the sound of my steps louder than ever. My light held rigid in front of me. I did not look at the figure again, not directly, though in my peripheral vision it seemed to follow me. Not by moving, but by simply being, as though no matter which angle I walked, it remained between the trunks, at the same distance, watching. When I emerged from the grove, the streetlights of my neighborhood felt unreal, like I had crossed some invisible boundary back into the ordinary world. I forced myself to laugh at the absurdity of it, though my throat was dry and the sound never quite made it out. I locked my door behind me that night with unusual care, double checking the latch. I even drew the curtains, which I rarely did, as if the darkness outside pressed with intention. For the next few days, I told myself it was over. I went about my routine, and in the daylight the sycamore grove was nothing more than a patch of trees. I walked the longer route home, avoiding it without admitting to myself that was what I was doing. And yet the memory clung like smoke. I kept recalling that impossible depth of blackness, that absence of shadow. Each time I closed my eyes, it stood there in my mind's eye, waiting, patient. On the fourth evening, the universe conspired against me. A detour blocked the main road, construction crews rerouting all traffic. The fastest way back was through the grove. I hesitated at the entrance, staring at the familiar trees now, lit with the amber glow of the streetlight behind me. My pulse tapped quick against my ribs. But it was only trees, I told myself, and what I had seen was just exhaustion. People imagined faces in bark, shapes in clouds. I was no different. The first half of the path was calm, almost laughably so. The sycamores rose pale in the dusk, their leaves scattered across the ground. I almost let myself relax, until I noticed something new. The grove was silent again, not merely quiet, but stripped of sound. No insects chirped. No distant hum of traffic filtered through. It was as though I had stepped into a place removed from the rest of the world. My own breathing sounded foreign. And then I saw it again. Not ahead, not between the trunks this time, but off to the side, deeper in the grove. Standing among the pale sycamores like a wound in the world. It was farther from the path than before, but unmistakable, still and waiting. My chest tightened as though an invisible hand had closed around it. I could not pretend now that it was a trick of light. It was there. It had always been there. I forced my legs to move, my body caught between fight and flight. Though flight was impossible, I had to cross the grove. I kept my eyes forward, but the weight of its gaze pressed into me, colder than the autumn air. When I finally reached the far side, stepping onto the cracked pavement of my street, I felt the release as physical, a slackening of a grip I hadn't realized was crushing me. That night, sleep was impossible. I kept glancing toward the window, half expecting to see something pressed against the glass. Every sound in the building seemed louder. The hum of the refrigerator, the creak of pipes, the wind against the siding. At one point, convinced I heard something shift in the hallway outside my door, I sat rigid in bed, holding my breath until the silence returned. I told myself not to go back through the grove again. I swore it, even if it meant adding 20 minutes to my walk each evening. But swearing is one thing, keeping it another. 2 nights later, against all reason, I found myself standing at the mouth of the sycamores once more, the darkness yawning before me, like the open jaw of something hungry. I told myself it was practicality. That night the detour was still in place, and I was too tired to walk the long way around. My arms were heavy with the weight of a grocery bag, and the idea of 20 extra minutes felt like an impossible demand. But as I stood at the grove's entrance, I knew that wasn't the whole truth. A darker curiosity tugged at me. I needed to know if what I had seen was real, or if my mind had been feeding on shadows. The air inside the grove was colder than the street. My breath showed faintly, even though the night wasn't that cold. The pale bark of the sycamores gleamed faintly in the moonlight, their twisted limbs like reaching arms. I kept my flashlight low, letting it skim the path. I thought if I didn't shine it too high, I might not have to see anything I didn't want to. But of course, I saw it. I think I would have seen it even with my eyes closed. It was waiting, deeper between the trees, its form absorbing light rather than reflecting it. This time, though, something was different. I realized it was closer than before. Subtle, but enough that my stomach sank. I stopped in the middle of the path. My heart raced so hard it hurt. The figure was utterly motionless, yet its presence pressed forward, filling the grove like water flooding a narrow room. I could not explain how I knew it was watching me, but I did. The awareness was sharp, invasive, like cold fingers combing through my thoughts. For the first time, I thought I heard something from it. Not sound exactly, but a pressure, a suggestion at the edge of hearing. The silence of the grove deepened, and under it came a faint vibration, like a voice too low to register words. I froze, my grocery bag cutting into my hand. It wasn't speech, but intent. A call without sound, reaching out toward me. I forced myself to move, step by step, down the path. Every instinct screamed to run, but some part of me believed that if I did, it would break from its stillness. I imagined it closing the distance in an instant, black arms seizing me before I made it 3 steps. So I walked, slow and deliberate. My eyes locked on the dirt in front of me, refusing to look directly at the void that was not a shadow. When I reached the edge of the grove, I didn't look back. I kept walking until my apartment door closed behind me, and even then I didn't feel safe. My hands trembled so badly, I dropped the groceries. I locked the door, then checked it twice, then drew the curtains again, heart hammering. That night I dreamed of the sycamores. Not the way they were in reality, but twisted and towering, their trunks rising into a sky that had no stars. And there, between them, the shadow stood, larger than before, taller than the trees themselves, though I could not see its head. It leaned toward me, endless arms stretching. When I woke, I was sweating, my throat raw from what might have been a scream. For days, I avoided the grove with iron determination. I left work early when I could, stuck to the noisy main roads, even if it meant weaving through traffic. My coworkers teased me for being late to meetings, but I didn't care. I told myself if I simply stayed away, it would end. The mind could play cruel tricks, and distance was the cure. But then the figure began to follow. It started subtly. I would glance out the window of my apartment and think I saw something darker than night standing by the tree line across the street. When I blinked, it was gone. Another time, I woke in the early hours of morning and saw the curtains shift, as though someone had brushed past them. though the windows were locked tight. The worst was the evening I took the bus home. I sat near the back, drowsy, half lost in thought, until I glanced out the window as the bus rolled past the grove. There it was, standing among the pale trunks, watching as the bus rattled by. But as the road curved and the grove fell behind, I turned my head, and I swear I saw it again. This time at the next row of trees, closer to the road, as though it had leapt forward in an instant. By the time the bus left the grove behind, I was shaking so badly, I could barely stand when it stopped. I tried to tell myself it was stress, exhaustion, anything but what my senses insisted. But the more I denied it, the stronger it seemed to grow. That same low vibration returned at night, a hum at the edge of hearing that filled my room. It felt like it was inside my head, brushing against my thoughts, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I stopped sleeping well. I stopped eating properly. I felt myself unraveling in the quiet moments, as though the shadow had seeped into me. My coworkers noticed. One asked if I was sick. I nearly told her everything, but the words stuck. How could I explain a figure of darkness that cast no shadow, that followed me without moving? One night, unable to bear the tension any longer, I made the mistake of going back. I thought maybe if I confronted it, if I stood in the grove and proved to myself it was nothing more than a shape my mind invented, it would lose its power. So after sunset, I walked there deliberately, without groceries or excuses, my flashlight steady in my hand. The grove was silent as always. The sycamores gleamed pale, their bark patchy in the moonlight. And there, waiting in the center of it all, was the shadow. No distance now. No half-hidden stance between trunks. It stood directly on the path, as though it had been waiting for me to come to this point. My knees nearly buckled. I stopped a dozen feet away, unable to step closer. The shadow did not move. It had no face, no features, but I felt its attention pierce me sharper than any gaze. The vibration swelled until my teeth ached. I thought I heard something layered within it. A chorus of whispers too soft to separate, like 100 voices murmuring just out of reach. Against all reason, I spoke. My voice cracked, dry with fear. What do you want? The silence that followed was crushing. The vibration ceased, leaving a void so total it felt deafening. For a moment, I thought it might step forward. My skin prickled with anticipation, every muscle taut. But it did not move. Instead, I realized something dreadful: it didn't need to move. The shadows around the grove were bending. The darkness between the sycamores lengthened, stretched, flowing toward me like water spilled across the earth. The figure itself remained still, but the night was no longer static. It was spilling outward, swallowing the ground between us. Panic shattered my paralysis. I ran, crashing through the path, branches clawing at me, as I stumbled toward the streetlights ahead. Behind me, the grove roared with silence. The sound of absence so complete it became its own noise. I didn't stop until I burst onto the pavement, nearly falling into the road as a car blared its horn. I didn't go home that night. I couldn't. Instead, I wandered the city until dawn, terrified that if I returned to my apartment, I would find it already inside, waiting by the window. By morning, I was hollow with exhaustion, but the daylight gave me enough courage to unlock my door. Nothing seemed disturbed, but the curtains were drawn, and when I touched the fabric, they felt damp, as though they had been pressed by something colder than rain. That was when I understood. The grove was not where it lived. It was where it showed itself. but it could reach farther. It had already found its way into my dreams, my home, my thoughts. And once you see it, once you know it, there is no turning back. By the third week, I no longer needed to go near the grove to feel its presence. It came with me everywhere, silent, patient, like a shadow stitched into my own. At work, I caught myself staring at the blank spaces between shelves in the archive, certain it lingered just out of sight. In the elevator, the overhead light flickered, and for a second, I thought the cabin was crowded with a form that shouldn't fit inside. Even in my apartment, where the curtains stayed shut, the dark seemed heavier in the corners, as though it had weight. I told myself I could still fight it. That if I ignored it long enough, if I refused to acknowledge it, it might fade. But denial had no power against something that didn't rely on sight alone. It pressed into my mind, threading through my thoughts like roots breaking stone. Sometimes I would catch fragments of whispers, not words but shapes of meaning, closer, nearer, soon. Sleep became a dangerous surrender. Each night, the dream grove grew taller, the sycamores impossibly vast, their branches curling into the sky like veins. And always, the shadow was there, no longer content to stand still. In the dreams it leaned forward, reaching, stretching, its arms elongating in the roots and branches, until I could not tell where the grove ended and it began. I would wake gasping, drenched in sweat, my throat raw from shouting without sound. One morning, as I splashed cold water on my face in the bathroom, I realized I wasn't alone. My reflection stared back, pale, hollow-eyed, but behind it, just over my shoulder, the glass darkened. No figure, no shape distinct enough to name. Just a thickness in the mirror's edge that didn't belong. I spun around, heart hammering, but the room was empty. The mirror, however, remained dim at the edges, as though the shadow had seeped into the silver backing itself. I draped a towel over it and left it that way. Days blurred, food lost taste. The world outside continued with its trivial noise, emails, deadlines, meetings. But I felt detached, drifting. Coworkers stopped asking if I was all right. They had already decided the answer. One evening I stayed late at the office, hoping the bright fluorescent lights would keep me safe. But as I walked the empty corridor toward the exit, the lights above me began to pop out, one by one, swallowed in sequence, the dark advancing with deliberate pace. I ran. My footsteps slammed against the tiles, echoing down the hall. But no matter how fast I moved, the darkness kept pace. By the time I burst through the lobby doors into the street, the last light had gone out behind me. The city's neon signs felt cheap, powerless, against the weight pressing in. That night I made my decision. I could not run from it. I could not hide behind curtains or busy myself with trivial routines. The grove was where it had first revealed itself. Perhaps it was also where it could be ended. So I returned. It was past midnight, the city long asleep. I carried no flashlight this time. I wanted no illusions of control. The moon hung thin and sharp, its light glinting off the pale bark of the sycamores. The air was cold enough to sting. I stepped into the grove with nothing but the sound of my breathing, which quickly became shallow, uneven. The silence welcomed me like an old friend. Every sound from the world outside, the hum of traffic, the bark of dogs, the buzz of wires, ceased the moment I crossed into the trees. My heart pounded, so loudly I feared it would draw the thing closer. But I didn't have to wait. It was already there. Not in the distance, not lurking between trunks. It filled the grove entirely now. so tall the branches bent around it, so wide the space seemed too small to contain it. Its blackness was absolute, deeper than absence. Looking at it made my eyes ache, as though I were staring into a hole in the world. The sycamores leaned toward it, their pale bark glowing faintly, as if offering their light in sacrifice. The whispers began at once. Not a murmur now, but a chorus, layered and vast, overlapping in endless streams of meaning. My name repeated among them, stretched and broken, called and swallowed. I clutched my head, but the voices were inside, resonating in my skull. I forced myself to speak, my voice trembling. Why me? The chorus stilled. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. And then, in that void, I understood. It didn't choose me. It didn't need to. It was always here in the spaces between, in the folds of shadow where eyes do not linger. I had simply noticed. That was enough. Once seen, it could not be unseen. Once acknowledged, it belonged. The ground shifted under my feet. Darkness rippled across the soil like liquid. The roots of the sycamores writhed, their pale tendrils stretching toward me, entwined with shadow. I stumbled back, but the path was gone. There was no direction anymore, only the grove and the figure that was no longer separate from it. I don't remember falling, but I was suddenly on my knees. The cold seeped into my skin, up my arms, through my chest. My thoughts unraveled in threads, pulled gently, patiently, as if the shadow were untangling me piece by piece. And then, amid the chorus, a single voice rose, clear for the first time, though not with sound. Stay. The word was inside me, planted like a seed. My body ached to obey. My limbs felt heavy, rooted, as if the earth itself had begun to claim me. The sycamores leaned closer, their mottled bark luminous in the dark, their branches closing in like ribs around a heart. I don't know what saved me. Perhaps instinct, perhaps the last stubborn spark of myself. I forced my hand to move, digging my nails into the dirt. I clawed at the earth until my fingers found a stone, sharp and real, something that belonged to the ordinary world. The weight of it anchored me. I gripped it tight, clung to it, and with all the strength I had left, I screamed. The sound tore through the grove. For a heartbeat, the shadow recoiled, its chorus fracturing into chaos. The silence cracked. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the stone like a talisman, and ran. I don't remember how I found the path. I don't remember how my legs carried me. But I burst from the grove into the streetlights, lungs burning, vision blurred. Behind me, the sycamores swayed though no wind moved them, and the shadows writhed like water retreating into the soil. I collapsed on the pavement, the stone still clenched in my hand. By dawn, the stone was gone. I must have dropped it, though I searched for it later and found nothing. That was months ago. The grove still stands ordinary to anyone else. Children play at its edge in daylight. Neighbors walk their dogs along the path. No one sees what I saw. No one feels the weight that lingers there. But I know better. I keep my curtains drawn, though I sometimes catch the press of something darker at their edges. I wake in the night to find silence heavier than it should be. And in dreams, I still walk among the sycamores, still see the shadow waiting, still hear the word whispered at the root of everything. Stay, and sometimes, when I wake, I realize I am standing at the window. The glass cold beneath my hand, as though I am one step away from going back. My name is Christopher Bowen, and I am a 34-year-old schoolteacher from upstate New York. For most of my life, I've been drawn to the solitude of the outdoors, Hiking trails, sleeping under stars, the crisp snap of pine needles beneath my boots. All of it offers a kind of clarity that life in town never does. Every summer, I set aside a week for a solo canoe trip through the Adirondacks. No phones, no people. Just me, the water, and whatever silence the forest allows. It was the second morning of my trip. I'd camped the night before on the western bank of the Raquette River, far from the regular paddling routes. The early sun hit the mist on the water just right, and everything looked painted in a warm gold. I packed my gear neatly, rolled up my tent, and secured my provisions. After checking the river map one more time, I pushed my canoe into the water and started paddling north. The current wasn't strong, just enough to remind me I was heading upstream. I got into that steady rhythm that long paddling requires. Dip, pull, glide. The world around me was quiet, except for the distant call of loons and the soft hiss of the paddles slicing the water. After about an hour, I paused to sip from my water bottle and looked behind me, mostly out of habit. That's when I noticed it. Roughly 30 yards back, caught in a bend of the river, was an old canoe. It wasn't tied up, didn't look abandoned on the shore. It was in the water, floating and moving upstream. That alone was strange enough. But what really caught my attention was that it had no one in it. At first, I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. The morning light, the steam rising from the river, the shadows of the trees, it could have been anything. But I watched it. It was definitely a canoe. Weather beaten, sun faded, the wood gray and splintering. It wasn't drifting passively with the current. It was moving upstream. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. Same thing. The old canoe kept its slow, deliberate pace, as if being guided by some invisible hand. No motor. No oars. No paddles dipping in and out of the water. Just movement. A rational part of me insisted there had to be an explanation. Maybe someone was towing it with a long line from shore. But the banks were empty. Maybe a strong wind. There wasn't even a breeze. I listened closely. No hum of machinery. No signs of wildlife causing the movement. Still, I tried to shake it off. I had a long way to go that day. And the river had plenty of strange moments, if you looked long enough. I took a few more sips of water, glanced back once more, still there, and resumed paddling. But I couldn't ignore the unease starting to crawl into my gut. Every 10 minutes or so, I looked back. The canoe stayed just far enough to keep details vague, but close enough to always be seen. It never gained, never fell behind, just followed. I increased my pace. Nothing crazy, just a stronger push through the current. It didn't matter. The old canoe kept up. I tested it again, this time paddling harder, breath tightening in my chest, arms starting to ache. Still, every time I looked back, it was there. Around noon, I pulled ashore to rest and eat. I didn't want to, honestly. I didn't want to take my eyes off the thing. But I needed to clear my head. I brought the canoe onto land and walked up a small ridge to get a better view of the river. From there, I could see a good 100 yards downstream. The river was empty, no canoe. Nothing. I stared for what felt like 10 minutes. Had it turned around? Sunk, drifted off? I didn't know. All I knew was then it was gone. I ate my sandwich in silence, sitting on a rock, eyes darting constantly across the tree line. The normal stillness of the forest now felt loaded, like it was holding something just beyond my sight. I told myself not to be ridiculous. There was no reason to assume anything was wrong. Canoes don't just follow people. Maybe I'd hallucinated it. Maybe it was a floating log that looked like a canoe in the light. I forced myself back into the rhythm of the day. Packed up, paddled on, and by late afternoon, I reached a wide stretch of the river where the water slowed almost to a standstill. It was a good place to camp. I found a clearing a few feet from the shore, flat ground, some fallen branches for firewood. As I set up the tent, I noticed my hands were shaking. That night, I tried to sleep, but every snap of twigs, every hoot of an owl had me sitting up in my bag. Around midnight, I finally drifted off, but not for long. Something woke me, a sound I couldn't immediately place. It wasn't loud, but it was steady. I unzipped the tent, stepped out into the cold night air, and looked toward the river. There, gently bumping against the shore, was the old canoe. It was closer than I'd ever seen it. I could see the cracked slats of wood, the way the paint had all but peeled off, leaving behind ghostly white lines. I stepped closer, no one inside, no rope, no paddle. It just sat there, swaying slightly, like it had been waiting. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, it was gone. The prints in the dew around my camp were mine alone. No drag marks, no footprints, no signs that anything had been there. If not for the distinct feeling lodged deep in my chest, I might have thought I dreamed it. But I knew better. I packed faster than usual. Didn't eat. Didn't bother with coffee. Just wanted to put miles between me and that stretch of river. As I paddled, I kept glancing over my shoulder. Nothing. Hours passed. The sun reached its peak and then started to dip. I needed to find a place to camp again, but everything in me resisted. I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to sleep. Then, around a bend, I saw it again. The canoe. Same distance behind. Same slow, impossible pace against the current. And that's when I realized it wasn't just following. It was choosing when to be seen. The moment I saw that canoe again, I stopped paddling. The water carried me backward a few feet before I dug the paddle in and held position. My heart was thudding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The thing hadn't changed. Same battered frame, same unnatural drift. It was as if time hadn't moved for it at all. But for me, something had shifted. I wasn't just unsettled anymore. I was afraid. You grow up in the woods, hike enough trails, sleep under enough trees, and you learn a language the wild speaks. Most of the time it hums low, a kind of mutual respect between you and nature. But when something's wrong, truly wrong, it screams beneath everything. You feel it before you see it. That's what I felt in that moment. This wasn't just a canoe. It was something pretending to be one. I turned and paddled hard. My muscles ached, my shoulders burned, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back either. Not this time. I knew it would still be there. That's the thing. When something unnatural starts to follow you, it feeds on being noticed. I wouldn't give it the satisfaction. I didn't stop until nightfall. I don't even remember the last few miles, just that when I finally pulled onto shore. My hands were cramping and my arms felt hollow. I found a small inlet surrounded by thick trees and dragged my canoe into the underbrush. I pitched my tent further inland than usual, away from the water. Still, I didn't sleep. I sat by a small fire, eyes on the narrow strip of river I could barely see through the trees. Every time the flames cracked, I flinched. Every time the wind rustled the leaves, I held my breath. Then, around 3 a.m, I heard it. A soft scraping, not from the trees, from the water. It wasn't loud and it wasn't fast. Just a slow drag, like wood brushing against rock. Once, then again, then silence. I didn't go look. I wanted to. God knows I wanted to. But every nerve in my body told me that if I made eye contact with that thing again, I wouldn't come back from it. So I stayed still, clutching my camping knife like it was worth a damn against something like this. Eventually the sound stopped. Dawn came. Light poured through the trees. The birds chirped like nothing had happened. But I didn't believe it. I knew it was still close. By the 5th day, I was wrecked. My supplies were running low. I hadn't slept more than a few hours combined. I wasn't paddling to enjoy the trip anymore. I was trying to escape something I didn't understand. But it always found me. Always at just the right distance to make me doubt myself. Always close enough to remind me it was real. Late that afternoon, I made a decision. I couldn't go downstream and risk it following me back to town. I couldn't stay on the river. So I cut across land. Packed only what I needed. Food, water, compass. I left the canoe and the rest of my gear. I knew I wouldn't be coming back for it. I hiked northeast through dense forest, trying to reach a fire access road I'd marked on my map. It was rough going, and the sun was already low. I figured if I could get to the road by nightfall, I could follow it out by morning. But the woods don't make it easy when you're scared. Every branch looked like a shadow. Every rustle felt like footsteps. By dusk, I was lost. The compass needle spun wildly every time I checked it. My GPS wouldn't connect. Trees I passed once started appearing again. I tried to stay calm, but panic crept in. I was being turned around. Something was keeping me in the forest. That's when I heard the river. At first, it was distant. A faint bubbling sound, almost soothing. Then it grew louder, closer, and I realized with sickening certainty that I was being pulled back to it. I broke into a run, crashing through underbrush, cutting my hands on brambles. I didn't care. I had to get away. But no matter how far I went, the sound followed me, until I burst through a thicket and found myself standing on a bank I recognized. Same curve of river, same bend. And there, waiting for me, was the old canoe. It wasn't on the water this time. It was on the shore. Upright, perfectly still. Like it had been dragged up and left for me. This close, I could see everything. The rot in the wood, the water stains, the warped frame. But something else too. Scratches, dozens of them, inside the canoe. Deep, frenzied gouges in the seat and sides. Like someone, or something, had been trying to claw their way out. I backed away, but something shifted in the air. A low, humming vibration. Not sound exactly. More like pressure. Like standing too close to a speaker. Then I heard it. A voice. It didn't speak words. Not really. But I understood what it wanted. It wanted me to get in. My knees buckled. I dropped to the ground, clutching my head. The forest around me swam in and out of focus. I could feel it now, not just see it. The thing in the canoe, it wasn't a spirit. It wasn't a person. It was older than that. Older than the river. Older than the trees. It was the river. Or maybe something that had always lived inside it. And the canoe wasn't following me. It was the lure. How many others had it taken? How many had seen that same slow drift, heard that same scraping in the night, and given in? I don't remember standing up. I just remember running. I ran until I couldn't breathe, until my legs gave out. I ran until I collapsed beneath a pine tree and passed out from exhaustion. When I woke up, it was morning. The forest was quiet. My mouth was dry. My body ached. But the river was gone. I stumbled for hours before I found a ranger station. They gave me water, checked me for injuries. Said I'd been missing for 3 days. 3. I didn't tell them everything. I couldn't. I just said I got lost, abandoned my canoe, and tried to hike out. That was enough. They didn't ask questions. But I know what I saw, what followed me, what wanted me. I haven't been back to the Adirondacks since. Sometimes I dream about the river, about the old canoe drifting silently behind me. And in the dream, I stop paddling. And I turn around. It's been 9 months since I left that river. I should have been able to let it go by now. To write it off as some kind of stress, induced hallucination, the product of too many sleepless nights and too much isolation. That's what everyone tells me anyway. Friends, family, even the therapist I agreed to see once, just to prove I was willing to process. But they didn't see it. They didn't feel it. They weren't there when the air changed and the trees stopped whispering and the river started watching. I've done everything I can to stay away from it. Changed routines, moved apartments, gave away my gear. I haven't so much as looked at a map of the Adirondacks. But none of it has helped. Because the river followed me. It started with small things, dreams mostly, always the same. I'm in a canoe paddling. Not sure where or why, just paddling. The water is calm. Too calm. Not moving at all. And every time I look over my shoulder and the old canoe is there. Closer than before. Sometimes I wake up screaming. Sometimes I wake up crying. Sometimes I don't wake up at all, and the dream just keeps going until I can't remember what's real and what isn't. Then things started showing up. Water pooling in the corners of my living room. No leaks, no broken pipes. Just water. Murky like river water. I'd clean it up, bleach the floor, run fans all night. But by morning it would be back. Once, I opened my front door to find dead leaves scattered across the threshold. Wet, like they'd been soaking. The same kind of leaves I remember brushing my tent on that last night in the woods. Then came the sound. At first, I thought it was just plumbing, or maybe my upstairs neighbor. But it was too distinct. A slow creak, like wood rocking back and forth. I'd hear it most at night, just beneath the floorboards, or behind the walls, sometimes directly under my bed. I started recording everything. Hours of audio. Most of it was empty, filled with hums and static. But there are clips, 3 so far, that capture it. The creaking. The sound of water slapping wood, and something else beneath it. A low voice, like it's underwater. I sent one to an audio tech I know from school. He ran it through software, boosted it, cleaned it up. When he sent it back, all he said was, "Burn whatever made that." The nightmares got worse. In one of them, I woke up to find myself lying in the old canoe. The sky was black. The stars were gone. The river was gone. It was just the canoe and the sound of slow, rhythmic breathing coming from beneath the waterline. I tried to move, but the canoe wouldn't let me. The wood had grown around my arms and legs, holding me in place. My skin burned where it touched the frame. I didn't wake up from that one. Not really. I just opened my eyes one morning and found scratches on my arms. 3 deep grooves on each side, like fingers had tried to pull me down. I tried to fight it. Started researching folklore, river spirits, cursed objects, anything that might explain what was happening to me. I came up empty. No stories matched. No legends came close. Whatever this was, it didn't belong to myth. It belonged to something older, something unrecorded. One night, in desperation, I drove back north. I don't remember deciding to. I just remember pulling onto a back road in the dark, headlights catching trees I hadn't seen since that trip. I wasn't planning to go to the river. I told myself I'd just look. Just get close enough to prove to myself it wasn't real, that I'd imagined it. But as soon as I stepped out of the car, I heard it. The water. Not loud, not rushing. Just the soft lapping sound of something waiting. And I knew in my gut that the canoe would be there. That it had never really left. That it had been waiting for me to come back and finish what I started. I turned around, got back in the car, drove until the gas tank was almost empty, parked in a motel lot and slept with the lights on. Since then, it's gotten worse. Whatever this is, it's not just haunting me, it's becoming me. I've started losing time. Hours go by, and I can't remember what I was doing. I'll find dirt under my nails, mud on my shoes, wet footprints on the carpet. Twice. I've woken up standing in my bathtub, fully clothed, holding a stick like a paddle. Last week, I found a map spread out on my kitchen table. A topographic map of the Raquette River. My old route marked in red. My campsite circled. A final circle drawn around the exact spot where I saw the canoe for the first time. I didn't put it there. But I know what it means. It wants me to come back. Maybe to finish something. Maybe to become something. I don't know if I'll be able to resist it much longer. The pull is stronger every day, like tides in my blood. I started writing this as a warning. Proof, maybe. So that someone, somewhere, would know what happened to me. But now I'm not so sure. Maybe this isn't a warning. Maybe it's an invitation. The other night, I had another dream. I was back in the canoe. Only this time I wasn't alone. Sitting across from me was a man. Pale, waterlogged. His face half rotted, but familiar. I couldn't place it at first. Then I remembered. A missing person poster I saw years ago at a ranger station. Guy went out solo, never came back. They found his camp, his gear, but not him. In the dream, he looked at me and said, "We all get in eventually." Then the canoe began to move on its own. Downstream, fast, too fast. When I woke up, I could taste river water in my mouth. So if you're reading this, if you find this journal, this document, whatever it becomes, don't go looking for me. Don't go near the Raquette, and for the love of God, if you ever see an old canoe drifting upstream with no one inside, turn around. Don't paddle faster. Don't investigate. Don't look back. Because once it sees you, it never stops following. And eventually, you get in. My name is Lydia Morgan. I was born in 1987 in a quiet town in southern Missouri, raised on stories of the Ozarks, the rivers, the trails, and the woods that seemed older than anything else around us. I work as a school librarian now, a life spent among books, but the outdoors has always pulled me back. I have hiked many trails alone, not because I am fearless, but because solitude feels like the truest way to hear the land. This story is not one I share lightly. It has followed me for years, through restless nights and the odd silence in the middle of ordinary days, when I swear I can still feel eyes on me. I am telling it now, because silence can grow heavier the longer you carry it, and mine has become unbearable. It was the summer of 2016 when I set out on the Boxley Valley Trail, a stretch that winds through the Buffalo, National River region of Arkansas. I had planned the trip for months, mapping the trail, checking weather patterns, and stocking my pack with everything from dehydrated meals to a flashlight that could cut through any darkness. My intention was simple: to spend 3 days alone in the wilderness, sleeping under the stars, hearing nothing but wind in the trees and the call of distant birds. I told my sister I needed the time, a kind of cleansing. My work at the library was steady but repetitive, and I had been waking each morning with the nagging sense that something inside me had grown stagnant. Nature, I believed, would jolt me awake again. The first day on the trail passed as I hoped. The Boxley Valley is lush and rolling, where the green of the trees folds in hills that seem endless, and the quiet is punctuated by the rush of the Buffalo River. I walked slowly, letting myself stop often to breathe and listen. I had no need to rush. The trail would be there, patient and waiting. As dusk approached, I pitched my small tent in a clearing just off the main path, a place where the grass grew tall and the sky opened enough to show the first glint of stars. Dinner was a pouch of rice and beans cooked over a tiny stove, eaten cross-legged while the world dimmed around me. Sleep came quickly, though I woke twice to the sound of something moving in the brush. Both times, when I sat up and listened, I heard only stillness. The second morning broke warm and damp, mist lifting from the valley floor as though the earth itself exhaled. I packed my tent, laced my boots, and moved onward. The trail narrowed in places, hemmed by thick trees and thorny undergrowth, before opening suddenly into fields where wildflowers swayed in the breeze. I passed no one. It was late enough in the season that most hikers had chosen other roads, and I felt blessed to have the land to myself. Hours slipped by in a rhythm of footsteps and breath. Somewhere in the distance I heard the faint biggle of an elk, high and haunting, echoing across the valley. It thrilled me. Elk were known to roam the area. Those sightings were rare. By the time evening came, I had covered more ground than expected. I stopped near a bend where the trail skirted a ridge. From there, I could look down on a wide field below, dotted with patches of fog that clung low and pale against the grass. I remember the air smelled sharp, metallic, like rain on stone, though the sky was clear. I set down my pack and leaned against a fallen log to rest before setting camp. That is when I noticed them. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks. Across the field, maybe 200 yards away, stood a herd of elk. Their bodies were solid and massive, antlers branching like trees, fur glinting in the last spill of sunlight. I counted quickly. A dozen, maybe more. My heart leapt at the sight. It was more than I had ever hoped to see. But then something sank in, a detail that froze me as surely as the creatures before me. They were silent. No shuffling of hooves, no breath steaming in the cooling air, no sound at all, and every head, every eye was turned toward me. It is hard to describe the stillness of that moment. Animals, even in rest, shift and stir. They twitch ears at insects, flick tails, adjust their stance. These elk did none of that. They stood as if carved from the earth itself, eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I wanted to believe I had startled them, that they had frozen in response to my presence. But there was no tension in their posture, no readiness to bolt. Just an awful, unnatural calm. I don't know how long I stood there staring back. My breath grew shallow, and the silence pressed against my ears until I thought they might burst. Then, without warning, the elk moved. Not with the sudden thunder of hooves I expected, but in a ripple, as though mist had passed through their bodies. One by one, they dissolved, fading into the fog that drifted across the field. The last to vanish was a bull with antlers like crowns of bone. His gaze held mine until his eyes turned to nothing but haze. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, whispered aloud to myself to break the silence. When I looked again, the field was empty. The fog hung low and ordinary, shifting gently in the evening air. I stood trembling, my legs weak beneath me, unsure whether I had witnessed something real or slipped into a waking dream. Logic tried to anchor me. I told myself perhaps the light had played tricks, or the mist had given shape to shadows. Yet I could still feel the weight of their eyes, the piercing quiet that had wrapped around me. I forced myself to set camp farther down the ridge, closer to the trees where I felt hidden. That night I barely ate. Sleep came in jagged fragments, haunted by the image of antlers dissolving into nothingness. At dawn, I packed quickly and pressed on, though the trail seemed different now. The forest, once alive with birdsong, felt hushed. I strained to hear the flutter of wings, the rush of water, but each sound seemed distant, muffled, as though buried under a heavy blanket. My boots scuffed against the dirt, yet even that seemed subdued. I kept glancing behind me, convinced I would find a silent herd waiting just beyond the bend. By midday, clouds gathered, blotting out the sun. The path grew darker, tangled with roots that clawed at my steps. I told myself if I made it to the next marked campsite, I would turn back. 3 days alone no longer seemed cleansing. It felt dangerous, though I could not name why. Every rustle in the brush made me start. Twice I thought I saw movement among the trees, tall, pale shapes shifting in the corner of my eye. But when I turned, there was only emptiness. As evening fell, I reached a small clearing where a wooden marker stood, weathered but legible. The carved letters read simply Boxley Valley Trail. Below them, scratched into the wood, were other marks, crude and hurried, as if made by a knife. I bent closer and made out a word repeated 3 times Boatch. The letters were jagged, uneven, and the sight of them tightened my chest. I had heard stories of bored teenagers vandalizing signs, but the placement, here in the middle of nowhere, felt like a warning. I told myself it meant nothing. Yet I could not shake the sense that someone had stood in that very spot before me, desperate to leave a message. I set my tent at the edge of the clearing, though sleep seemed impossible. The forest was darker now, shadows stretching long and strange, and the silence pressed heavier than ever. I lit my lantern, its glow faint against the vast black. As I lay there, trying to steady my breathing, I thought again of the elk. How real they had seemed, how wrong their stillness had been. I told myself I would rise at first light and head back the way I came. Whatever peace I had hoped to find was gone. All that remained was unease, deep and growing. I woke in the middle of the night with my heart hammering. At first, I thought it was a dream dragging me out of sleep, but the fear was too sharp, too immediate. My lantern had burned out, and the clearing was submerged in darkness, so complete it felt like a solid wall pressing against my eyes. I lay very still, listening. My tent was thin fabric, a fragile skin against whatever might be moving outside. There was no wind, no rain, no usual nocturnal chorus of insects or owls. Only silence, that same awful silence I had felt when the herd had stared at me. Then came the sound. It wasn't loud, and that made it worse. A soft scrape, like something brushing against bark, followed by a hollow thud, deliberate and measured. It stopped, then started again, closer. My breath quickened. I wanted to unzip the tent and look, but fear rooted me in place. The sound came once more, and then layered under it something else. A low, dragging breath, rough and wet, as if drawn through a throat too dry to manage it. I clenched my fists, waiting for whatever came next. But nothing did. The sound ceased, leaving me swallowed in silence again. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually exhaustion overcame fear. When dawn finally lightened the fabric of the tent, I stumbled out into the clearing, half expecting to find prints in the dirt or claw marks on the trees. There was nothing, only the carved warning on the sign, the word BAWATCH glaring at me with fresh menace. I ate little that morning, just enough to keep moving. My body felt drained, but I had resolved to head back the way I had come. As I retraced my steps, the trail seemed to resist me. Branches snagged at my clothes. Roots caught my boots, and every shadow pressed too close. The forest's quiet weighed heavier with each mile. I began to feel as though I was being observed, not by one set of eyes, but by many. I tried to reason with myself. Fear amplifies everything, but the logic dissolved each time the hairs rose on my arms for no clear reason. By midday, I reached the ridge where I had first seen the herd. I stopped, scanning the field below, half praying the elk would appear again, so I could prove to myself they had been real. But the field was empty, save for a thin veil of mist. I stared too long, convinced I saw shapes forming in the fog. Outlines of antlers, a shimmer of movement. But they never solidified. My chest tightened, and I forced myself onward. The trail bent into thicker woods. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer, though the sky above was still bright. At times, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, faint and measured, matching my pace. When I stopped, the sound stopped. When I walked again, they returned. I spun around more than once, searching for anyone, anything, but the path stretched empty. My throat was dry, though my water bottle was still half full. I drank deeply, but the relief was brief. The sense of being followed did not lift. Hours passed. The landscape became unfamiliar, though I swore I was retracing the same path. The ridge was gone, the bends in the trail sharper, the trees taller and more oppressive. I began to suspect I had strayed without noticing. My map offered no clarity. Every line of the trail seemed to blur into another, as though the paper itself resisted guiding me. Panic swelled, hot and tight in my chest. I forced myself to sit, to breathe, to think. If I followed the river downstream, it would eventually lead me back to the valley floor. That was simple, sensible. I stood ready to search for the sound of water. That was when I saw it. Between the trees, not far ahead, a figure stood. My first thought was that it was a man tall and broad-shouldered, but too still. The figure was pale, almost colorless, blending with the trunks around it. My pulse thundered. Relief and fear warred inside me. If it was a person, I was no longer alone. If it was not, I cut off the thought. I raised a hand, my voice trembling as I called out, "Hello." The figure did not move. I took one step closer, then another. The distance between us seemed unchanged, no matter how far I walked. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, and when I opened them, the figure was gone. Only trees remained, their bark pale in the filtered light. I wanted to run, but where? My compass spun in useless circles when I checked it, the needle trembling as if caught in a magnetic storm. I shoved it back into my pocket, my hands shaking. I pressed on, choosing a direction blindly, telling myself I only needed to keep moving. The air grew colder, though sweat slicked my skin. Shadows thickened, and as the afternoon waned, stretching long fingers across the path. By late day, I stumbled into a hollow where the ground, dipped and the trees parted enough to show a sliver of sky. Fog pooled in the hollow, dense and gray, curling around my legs. My steps slowed as I realized the fog wasn't moving naturally. It hung still, then shifted all at once, rolling like breath exhaled from a single mouth. Shapes stirred within it, vague outlines that took form the longer I stared. Elk, antlers rising like branches, bodies massive and silent. My stomach lurched. The herd was there again, standing in the fog, their eyes fixed on me. I could see them clearer than before, each one distinct yet wrong. Their bodies seemed too rigid, their legs rooted as if they had grown from the earth. Their chests did not rise or fall. Not one of them breathed. The bull stepped forward, his antlers casting shadows that tangled with the mist. His eyes glowed faintly, not like light reflecting, but as though lit from within. My heart hammered so loud, I thought it might echo across the hollow. I stumbled back, my boot catching on a root. I fell hard. The air knocked from me. By the time I sat up, the elk had begun to dissolve once more, their forms melting into the fog until nothing remained but the bull's gaze. He lingered, silent and unblinking, before dissolving like smoke. I scrambled to my feet and ran. Branches whipped at my arms and face, tearing my skin. I ran until my lungs burned, until the fog was gone and the trees closed in around me. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized I had no idea where I was. The trail was gone. Only tangled forests stretched in every direction. Darkness fell too quickly. I had no choice but to set camp where I stood. My hands shook as I lit my lantern. The small circle of light a weak shield against the vast black. I tried not to imagine the herd materializing, just beyond its glow. My stomach turned at the thought of food, so I left my pack untouched and sat with my knees to my chest, straining to listen. For hours, nothing happened. Then, as sleep threatened to pull me under, I heard it again, the scrape, the thud, the dragging breath. Closer this time, circling the edges of light. My skin crawled, my teeth clenched so hard my jaw ached. I whispered my own name, as if reminding myself I was still real, still here. Lydia Morgan. A woman, not prey. Not meant to be swallowed by silence. The sound circled once more, then stopped. I sat rigid until dawn bled into the sky. When the first light came, weak and gray, I dared to step outside the ring of lantern glow. The forest looked ordinary again, as though nothing had happened. Yet when I turned back toward my tent, I froze. All around the clearing, pressed into the dirt, were hoofprints. Deep, heavy, circling again and again. They stopped inches from where I had slept. Morning light should have been a relief, but it only revealed how far I had wandered into the wrong place. The trail was gone, my map meant nothing, and the trees leaned in as though they wanted me to forget there had ever been a way out. My legs ached, my lips were cracked, and my head throbbed with the memory of the hoofprints pressed around my tent. I tried to believe they could be explained. Some real herd passing through in the night, but I knew better. Those tracks had circled. They had stopped short of me, deliberate, as though whatever left them had been watching while I slept. I packed slowly, forcing my hands to steady. The rational part of me screamed to keep moving, to find water, to find the river, to get home. The rest of me, the part that had stared into the glowing eyes of something that should not exist, knew there was no ordinary way out. Still, I walked. I had no other choice. The forest grew stranger the deeper I went. trees bent at impossible angles, their trunks twisted like rope. The ground sloped in ways that made no sense, upward and downward at the same time, leaving me dizzy. More than once I thought I recognized a landmark. A boulder, a crooked oak, only to realize I was circling, that the forest had folded me back onto myself. My compass needle spun erratically whenever I checked it, quivering as though frantic. By afternoon, exhaustion blurred everything. My stomach cramped with hunger, but every bite of food turned to ash in my mouth. The silence pressed harder, a living thing that hummed in my ears. Once I shouted into it, just to hear my own voice, but the sound fell flat, absorbed by the trees before it could echo back. I stumbled on, half mad with fatigue. That was when I saw the cabin. It stood in a small clearing, crooked and weathered, its wood blackened by time. No trail led to it, no sign of use. Yet smoke curled faintly from a chimney, as though someone had only just stoked a fire. Relief crashed over me so hard I nearly wept. Shelter. Maybe people. Maybe an answer. I pushed through the brush and approached. The cabin was silent, no movement behind the grimy windows, no voices from within. The door hung slightly ajar, creaking in the faint breeze. My instincts screamed at me to turn away, but desperation drove me forward. I knocked once, my hand trembling. No reply. I pushed the door wider and stepped inside. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of ash and damp wood. A table sat in the center, its surface scarred by countless cuts. A chair lay overturned in the corner. Dust clung to everything, yet the fire in the hearth glowed faintly, embers breathing red. My stomach clenched. Someone had been here recently, or something. I called out, my voice thin. "Hello, is anyone here?" The silence that answered was absolute. I should have left then, but I was too tired to care. I set my pack down and sank into the chair. For a few minutes, I let the warmth of the fire seep into my bones, convincing myself I was safe. My eyes drifted shut. When I opened them again, the light in the room had changed. The fire burned brighter, though I had not touched it. Shadows stretched long across the walls, twisting into shapes that moved though nothing cast them. My breath caught. The shadows looked like antlers, dozens of them, branching and weaving, filling the cabin until it seemed I sat inside a skeleton of some enormous beast. A sound followed. Not outside, not distant, but right there with me. The scrape, the thud, the dragging breath. My body locked. I turned slowly toward the door. It stood wide open now, though I had closed it behind me. And in the doorway, the mist gathered, thick and gray, rolling like smoke into the cabin. Out of it stepped the herd. They did not walk so much as glide, their hooves brushing the floor without sound. Their eyes glowed with that faint inner light, their bodies half flesh, half fog. They filled the cabin until there was no space left, towering over me, surrounding me. The bull came last, his antlers nearly scraping the ceiling. His gaze pinned me to the chair. I tried to speak, to beg, to demand, but no words came. My throat was locked, my tongue heavy. The silence swallowed every attempt. The bull lowered his head, his antlers splitting into shadows that wrapped around me like branches. My chest constricted. I couldn't breathe. My vision blurred, edges going dark. Just before everything slipped away, I heard a sound at last. Not a boogle, not a growl, but a whisper, low and inside my skull. "Stay." I jolted awake on the forest floor. The cabin was gone. No trace of it remained. Only trees pressing close and mist curling between them. My pack lay beside me, untouched, though hours seemed to have passed. The sun had dropped lower, staining the sky a sickly orange. I scrambled up, heart pounding, every part of me certain I had not dreamed. My skin still tingled where the antler shadows had touched. I ran then, blind to direction, tearing through brush and roots, desperate for anything that looked like a trail. My legs burned, but I didn't stop. The trees blurred. The ground sloped steeply, and suddenly I burst into open space. Below me, the valley spread wide, the Buffalo River gleaming faint in the distance. Relief surged. I had found my way back. But as I stumbled down the slope, something slowed me. The valley was wrong. Too still. No birds wheeled in the sky. No wind bent the grass. And there in the mid of the open field stood the herd. Silent. Waiting. They were exactly as before. Their bodies rigid, their eyes fixed on me. The bull stood at the center, his antlers stretching impossibly wide. I froze, every instinct screaming to turn back, yet there was nowhere else to go. The herd began to move, not toward me, but apart, splitting left and right until they formed a wide path that led straight through their ranks. The bull remained at the end of the path, watching. It felt like an invitation, or a command. I don't remember deciding to walk. My feet carried me forward, step by slow step, through the corridor of elk. They loomed on either side, their eyes glowing faintly, their silence crushing. I held my breath, terrified that the smallest sound would break whatever fragile mercy held them still. When I reached the bull, he lowered his head once more. Mist coiled around me, cool and suffocating. His eyes locked onto mine, and I understood something without words. This place was theirs. It always had been. I was not meant to walk here, not meant to see them, and they would not let me leave unchanged. The mist surged, blinding me. When it cleared, I was on the edge of the Boxley Valley Trail, less than a mile from the parking lot where my car waited. My legs buckled. I crawled forward, choking on sobs I hadn't realized I'd held back. Somehow, impossibly, I was out. I never returned to that trail. I never camped alone again. I told no one for years, not because I thought they wouldn't believe me, but because I knew speaking it aloud might summon the silence back. Even now, as I write this, I feel the weight of their eyes. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake to the sound of a dragging breath, just outside my window. My name is Nathan Cole, and I serve as a fire lookout stationed deep within the forests of British Columbia. I accepted this solitary position not only because I craved the quiet isolation of the mountains, but also because there was a certain allure in watching over a wilderness so vast, so unforgiving, that it demanded constant vigilance. My days are defined by routine, scanning the horizon for smoke, logging weather conditions, and recording any unusual disturbances. It sounds simple enough, yet this position comes with a list of rules. They are not written in the training manuals, nor are they formally acknowledged by the Forestry Service. Instead, they were handed to me in a worn leather notebook by the last lookout who descended from this tower, a man who spoke little and whose eyes never seemed to rest. His parting words were as unsettling as the list itself. Follow them, or you won't last long up here. At first, I believed the rules were nothing more than superstition or campfire legend. I had heard stories about old trappers who spoke of strange lights in the trees, or First Nations accounts of figures wandering between worlds. The forest has always been a place where myths thrive, but I considered myself rational, tethered to reality by science and observation. The rules, however, did not read like folklore. They were blunt, direct, and terrifying in their specificity. They warned me of events I did not want to imagine, much less witness. And yet each day I spend here high in the tower, with only the wind and ravens for company, I find myself glancing at the notebook more often than I care to admit, as though its pages carry not advice but survival. The tower stands on a ridge, overlooking endless tracts of pine and cedar, the mountains rolling away like waves of dark green until they dissolve into mist. The silence here is oppressive, broken only by the occasional cry of an eagle or the whisper of the trees swaying in unison. My first night was peaceful, almost idyllic. I cooked beans on a small propane stove, listened to the radio crackle with distant voices, and watched the stars spread like scattered embers across the black sky. But when the night deepened and the forest grew utterly still, I remembered the notebook. Its rules tugged at the corners of my mind, so I opened it by lantern light and read them again, my pulse quickening with each line. The first rule was simple: never leave the tower after midnight. The explanation, or rather the lack of one, gnawed at me. Why midnight? The forest does not change at the stroke of 12. Predators do not suddenly appear because the clock has turned. Yet the sternness of the instruction left me unsettled. The second rule followed with even less comfort. If you hear someone calling your name from the tree line, do not answer. Do not look. Stay inside. That one made me pause, the lantern trembling slightly in my grip. How could the writer know there would be voices? Whose voices would they be? And how would they know my name? The third rule was stranger still. If you see a fire burning in the valley, but no smoke rises, do not report it. Close the shutters and wait until morning. As a lookout, my very purpose is to report fires immediately. The contradiction struck me as a cruel joke, or perhaps a test of my gullibility. And yet, beneath the sarcasm I felt in that moment, a shadow of unease lingered. The rules continued, some even more bizarre than the rest. Do not allow the radio to go silent for more than an hour. If a raven lands on the railing and does not move when approached, leave it alone. If someone climbs the ladder and you hear them, but never see them, do not open the hatch. Each instruction carried with it the weight of experience, as if whoever wrote them had suffered consequences for disobedience. And that thought alone made it impossible to dismiss them entirely. During my first week, I did my best to ignore the creeping dread that the rules instilled in me. The forest was calm, the weather cooperative. I spotted only the usual wildlife, a black bear foraging along the slope, deer drinking from a distant stream, and the ever-present flocks of crows wheeling above the canopy. I recorded temperatures, wind speed, and humidity with precision, relaying the data back to the base station. Everything was ordinary, or at least as ordinary as life in complete isolation can be. But isolation does things to the mind. The silence begins to press against you like a weight, and every creak of the wooden tower sounds like a whisper. It was on the fifth night that I first understood why the rules existed. The day had been uneventful. The sky was overcast but dry, and I spent hours scanning the ridges through my binoculars. When dusk settled, I prepared a simple dinner and wrote in my log. By 10 o'clock, the forest was swallowed in darkness, and a low mist curled between the trees. I sat by the window with a lantern beside me, reading to pass the hours until sleep. Around 11, I began to nod off, lulled by the rhythmic sigh of the wind. I must have drifted, because when I startled awake, the lantern flame had guttered low, and the clock read 12:15. That was when I heard it. My name. Soft, distant, carried on the night air like a thread of smoke. Nathan. At first, I thought it was a dream, some remnant of sleep clinging to my ears. But then it came again clearer, from the tree line below the tower. Nathan, come down. My blood turned to ice. I froze, every muscle locked in place. The voice was familiar, achingly so. It sounded like my sister, Emily. She has not spoken to me in years, not since we drifted apart after our parents' death. And yet here she was, or something wearing her voice, calling to me from the darkness of the forest miles from the nearest road. I nearly stood, nearly pressed my face to the glass to search the trees, but the rule thundered in my head: if you hear someone calling your name from the tree line, do not answer. Do not look. Stay inside. I clutched the notebook like a talisman and forced myself to stay seated. My breath came shallow, ragged. The voice called again, this time pleading, almost weeping. Nathan, it's so cold. Please. I pressed my palms to my ears, rocking slightly in the chair, refusing to listen. Minutes stretched into eternity. Eventually, the voice faded, swallowed by the endless dark, and the forest returned to silence. I do not know how long I sat there, shaking, but when dawn finally broke, the relief was so profound I nearly wept. After that night, I could not laugh off the rules. They were not superstition, not idle warnings. They were shields against something I could not comprehend, something that moved in the forest when the sun abandoned the sky. I began to follow them with near, religious devotion, double checking the shutters, ensuring the radio hummed softly at all times, and never, ever stepping onto the ladder after midnight. Yet fear clung to me, persistent as the mist that shrouded the valleys each morning. I wondered how many others had stood here before me, clutching the same notebook, hearing their own names whispered from below. The second encounter came 3 nights later. It was close to dusk when I spotted a glow in the valley to the north, a soft orange shimmer through the trees. My heart leaped into duty mode. I raised the binoculars, expecting to see smoke rising from a careless campfire, or worse, the beginnings of a wildfire. But through the lenses, I saw flames dancing brightly without a trace of smoke above them. I stared for minutes, convinced my eyes were deceiving me. The fire burned too steadily, too cleanly. It was wrong. My first instinct was to call it in, to grab the radio and report coordinates, but the rule stopped me cold. If you see a fire burning in the valley, but no smoke rises, do not report it. Close the shutters and wait until morning. Every ounce of training screamed at me to break the rule, to save the forest from what looked like certain destruction. But my memory of the voice from the tree line held me fast. I forced myself to close the shutters, though my hands trembled so violently I nearly dropped the latch. All through the night, the glow bled around the edges of the wood, flickering like a heartbeat. When dawn came, I opened the shutters with dread, only to find nothing but unbroken forest, damp and green, as though no fire had ever existed. It was then I realized the rules were not only about survival, they were about endurance. The forest would test me, wear me down, attempt to lure me into breaking them. My sanity was the battleground, and if I failed, if I slipped even once, I might not return from whatever lay beyond those lines in the notebook. The forest did not relent after that night. If anything, it grew bolder, as though testing the edges of my resolve. My days became rituals of observation and repetition, but my nights turned into endurance trials, where every sound carried significance. I could no longer convince myself that the rules were precautionary suggestions. They were law, and the wilderness outside seemed determined to see whether I would break them. The radio was my lifeline, not only to the base station but to my own sanity. Each hour, I kept it alive with some noise, weather updates, static, even humming along with faint signals that wandered into range. I noticed something peculiar when I allowed it to sit silent for too long, just long enough for my mind to drift toward comfort. The tower itself would feel different. The boards creaking in slow, deliberate patterns, as if someone were pacing just beneath me. Once I let the silence stretch to nearly an hour while I prepared a meeple. When I returned, The air felt charged, heavy. The hair on my arms rose as though electricity moved through the walls. A scratching noise came from beneath the floorboards. I rushed to switch the radio back on, static roaring to life, and the sensation passed instantly. I didn't need to test that rule again. One evening, just after sunset, I heard the ladder groan. My heart seized. The tower is tall, its ladder rising 30 feet into the air. The wood does not flex unless something heavy presses against it. I froze, listening. The creaking grew louder, closer, step by step. My first thought was a bear, but no bear climbs a ladder with such slow, deliberate rhythm. I stood by the hatch, hand poised on the latch, when the rule surfaced in my memory. If someone climbs the ladder and you hear them but never see them, do not open the hatch. I held my breath, waiting. The footsteps stopped directly below me, the hatch trembling slightly as though weight pressed against it. I whispered to myself, barely audible, "Don't open it. Don't open." For nearly an hour, the pressure remained. Then, as silently as it had come, it withdrew. When I finally dared to glance outside at dawn, the ladder was empty, untouched, as though nothing had happened. I did not mention this to Base when I made my morning check-in. Some things are better left unspoken. The days began to blur together. My logbook filled with routine entries, but between the lines, I scribbled desperate notes of the unexplainable. The voice in the forest, the fire with no smoke, the unseen climber. Each event tested a different rule, as if the forest kept a list of its own and checked it against mine. Sleep became scarce, fractured by strange noises and by dreams that felt less like imagination and more like visitation. I dreamed of shadows passing beneath the tower, of faces pressed against the windows, of smoke rising from fires that should not burn. I woke often drenched in sweat, convinced someone stood at the foot of my bed. It is difficult to hold on to rationality when the night itself conspires against you. On the 12th night, I awoke to the sound of tapping against the glass. Not loud, not frantic, but steady. Tap, tap, tap. I turned in my bunk, the lantern beside me casting weak light, and saw nothing but darkness beyond the window. The tapping continued, measured, unrelenting. I forced myself to remain still, every nerve alight. Then came a sound that filled me with dread wings. A heavy flutter, followed by the scrape of talons against the railing outside. Slowly, I approached the window and peered through the glass. A raven sat on the railing, its feathers slick and shining as though drenched in oil. Its eyes were too bright, catching the lantern light in a way that looked almost human. I remembered the rule. If a raven lands on the railing and does not move when approached, leave it alone. I tested it, inching closer, waiting for it to startle and fly away like any ordinary bird. It didn't move. It remained fixed, head cocked, watching me. I backed away and returned to my bunk, forcing myself to turn the lantern off. The tapping ceased only when I surrendered to darkness. In the morning, the railing bore deep scratches where its talons had gripped. Far too long for a single bird to leave in one night. By then, I knew I was not merely a watcher of the forest. I was part of some greater struggle within it. The rules were not defenses against wildlife or weather. They were protections against something older, stranger, and far less forgiving. I began to wonder how many lookouts had failed before me. The man who gave me the notebook had looked worn, hollowed out, as though he had seen things he could not speak of. Did the forest claim those who disobeyed? Did it keep them? As the second week stretched on, I grew hyper-aware of every sound. The creak of the tower in the wind, the rustle of branches far below, the whistle of air across the shutters. One night, I heard laughter, faint at first, almost like leaves chattering in the breeze. But soon it grew louder, more distinct. It was the laughter of children. High-pitched, joyful, utterly out of place in the vast silence of the mountains. My throat closed in panic. The laughter circled the tower, moving from one side to the other, rising and falling as though they were playing some unseen game. I clutched the notebook, flipping through its pages, desperate to find guidance. There was no rule about laughter, no rule about children. I sat frozen in the corner, powerless, as the sound continued for nearly an hour before fading into nothing. I did not sleep until dawn. The absence of rules for some events disturbed me more than the rules themselves. What was I to do when the notebook offered no direction? Was silence my only defense? My thoughts grew erratic. I began to pace the small cabin atop the tower, muttering to myself, rehearsing the rules like a mantra. Never leave the tower after midnight. Don't answer the voice. Don't report the fire. Keep the radio alive. Leave the raven alone. Don't open the hatch. I spoke them until my throat burned, as though repetition alone could shield me. It was the 17th night when the worst test arrived. A storm swept over the mountains, lightning splitting the sky and rain lashing against the windows. The tower shuddered with each gust of wind. I clung to the railing inside, watching sheets of water pour down, when I saw a light moving through the trees below. Not fire, not lightning, but a lantern, swaying gently as though carried by a hand. My stomach clenched. No one should be here. The nearest ranger station was miles away, and no one would climb through a storm like this. The light moved steadily closer, weaving between the trunks, until it stopped at the base of the tower. I held my breath, waiting. Then, through the howl of the wind, I heard a voice. Not a stranger's voice this time. My father's. He's been dead for 7 years. Nathan, he called, gentle, reassuring. The same tone he used when I was a child lost in the woods. It's all right. Come down. I'll take you home. My heart cracked. The longing to hear his voice again, to see his face, was almost unbearable. My hand found the latch of the hatch before I realized what I was doing. The rule thundered through my skull. Never leave the tower after midnight. I clenched my fist, forcing myself to stay rooted in place. Nathan, the voice repeated, softer now, tinged with sadness. Don't you trust me? I shut my eyes, tears stinging, and whispered to the empty room, You're not him. You're not real. The light flickered once, twice, and vanished into the storm. When dawn broke, the forest was pristine, as if no storm had ever passed. Not a branch out of place, not a drop of water clinging to the leaves. Only the tower bore evidence of the night, its boards soaked, its shutters trembling on their hinges. I sat by the window, exhausted, staring at the endless sea of trees, and realized the truth. The rules are not only instructions, they are boundaries. The forest presses against them, searching for weakness, and the moment I fail, it will consume me. I don't know what lies beyond those boundaries, but I am certain it waits, patient and hungry. The days stretched thin after the storm. I found myself staring longer into the distance, as if the horizon might shift or betray some secret. The forest was vast, but it never felt empty. My binoculars caught flashes of movement too quick to place, shadows weaving between the trees, figures just out of focus. When I blinked, they were gone. Sometimes I wondered if the binoculars themselves betrayed me, revealing things I was not meant to see. Still, I logged everything carefully, pretending that order could hold back the chaos pressing at the edges of my sight. The rules weighed heavier with each passing night. Their simplicity haunted me, because behind every blunt command was the memory of something I had witnessed. The voice in the trees, the fire without smoke, the raven, the unseen climber, the lantern in the storm, all of them pressing, testing, taunting, and I knew I had not yet seen the worst. That certainty sat in my stomach like a stone. One afternoon, when the sky was clear and blue, I tried to reclaim some sense of normality. I brewed coffee on the stove and sat with the radio humming softly beside me. I told myself I would make it through, that all this was manageable if I just followed the rules. That was when the radio crackled, not with bass chatter, not with distant stations, but with my own voice. My hand froze midair, the cup trembling. "Nathan Cole, this is Lookout Tower 7. Do you copy?" It was my voice, calm, professional, exactly as I would sound during a standard check-in. But I had not spoken. The call repeated, identical, down to the pause between words. I stared at the radio, sweat prickling my skin. Slowly, I turned the dial to static. The voice continued, unaffected by the change. "Nathan Cole, this is Lookout Tower 7. Do you copy?" Louder this time, sharper. I ripped the power cord free, plunging the room into silence. For a long while, I sat frozen, listening, waiting. The silence remained, but the rules echoed in my mind. Do not allow the radio to go silent for more than an hour. I forced myself to plug it back in, heart pounding, and turned the volume up. Static filled the cabin, merciful and steady. I watched the clock with rigid attention until 60 minutes passed, then another 60, and nothing more came. But I could not forget the sound of my own voice calling from nowhere. Nights became heavier. Sleep was shallow, my dreams increasingly vivid. One dream brought me back to my childhood, wandering the woods near our family cabin. My father walked ahead, lantern swinging in his hand, his silhouette familiar, comforting. But when he turned, his face was wrong. It was smooth, featureless, as if carved from wax. I jolted awake, gasping, certain I was not alone in the tower. The air smelled of wet earth, though no rain had fallen. I never returned to sleep that night. By the third week, my body carried exhaustion like an anchor. I ate less, spoke less into the log. The forest no longer felt like something outside me. It had seeped into my thoughts, curling around every corner of my mind. The rules were no longer just written on paper, they were etched into my bones. I whispered them without realizing it, muttering under my breath as I scanned the horizon. They became prayer, chant, survival. And still, the forest pushed. It was near dusk when I saw movement at the base of the tower again. At first, I thought it was another trick of the mist, but then I made out a figure. A man, standing perfectly still at the tree line, staring up at me. His clothes were wrong, torn flannel, jeans shredded at the knees, his body soaked as though he had walked through a river. I reached for the binoculars, but dread anchored my hands. I didn't want to see his face. Something in me screamed not to. He stood there for hours, motionless, long after the light faded. I shut the shutters one by one, refusing to watch. In the morning, when I dared to look again, the ground below was covered in wet footprints circling the tower. That day, I considered radioing base to request extraction. I imagined the helicopter beating through the sky, the relief of human contact, the sudden end of this nightmare. But when I touched the microphone, my hand froze. Something whispered in the back of my skull. "You cannot leave until the forest allows it." I told myself it was only my mind fracturing under pressure, but the thought persisted. Even if I called, would anyone come? Would they even hear me? Or would my voice on the other end answer, just as it had before? I put the microphone down and forced myself back into routine. The tests grew crueler. One night, long after midnight, I heard knocking at the hatch. Slow, deliberate 3 raps. A pause, 3 more. My pulse thundered. I stayed perfectly still, clinging to the rule, never open it. But then came a voice, trembling, weak. "Nathan, it's me. Please, let me in." Emily again. My sister's voice broken, as though she had been wandering lost for days. I pressed my hands over my ears, shaking, whispering no, no, no. The knocking grew frantic, then stopped. Silence pressed in until dawn. When I opened the shutters that morning, the ladder was slick with blood. No footprints, no body. just dark stains that trailed into the forest. I did not clean it. I could not bring myself to touch it. My faith in the rules was unshakable now, but I began to wonder how long they could protect me. Each night was a siege, each day a fragile reprieve. The forest learned, adapted, circled me like a predator. It knew my weaknesses, my grief for my father, my guilt about Emily, my fear of being forgotten out here. It spoke in voices I longed for, or faces I missed. It made me doubt myself. Sometimes, I thought I saw my reflection move differently in the lantern glass, smiling when I did not. Once, in the mirror above the sink, I saw my mouth form words though no sound came. I smashed the mirror and buried the shards outside the tower. On the 22nd night, I was tested harder than ever. The forest was silent, oppressively so, not a single cricket or rustle of wind. Around 2 in the morning, the shutters began to rattle. First softly, then violently, as though dozens of hands beat against them in unison. The tower groaned under the assault. I clutched the notebook to my chest, whispering the rules aloud, louder and louder, until I was shouting them into the storm of noise. Never leave the tower after midnight. Do not answer the voice! Do not report the fire! Keep the radio alive! Leave the raven alone! Do not open the hatch! My voice cracked, tears streaming, but the pounding did not stop. I thought the shutters would give, that the glass would shatter. Then, suddenly, cider silence as if the forest held its breath. I collapsed onto the floor, gasping, rocking in the dark until the first gray light of morning seeped through the cracks. When I finally dared to open the shutters, the forest appeared untouched. But on the glass of each window, smeared in dirt and ash, were handprints. Hundreds of them. Some large, some small, pressed against the panes as though a crowd had gathered, desperate to enter. They remained for days, until the rain finally washed them clean. I began to understand the truth of my situation. The rules were not only about surviving the forest, they were about surviving myself. The forest preyed on weakness, on longing, on despair. It was patient, merciless. The man who gave me the notebook had seen this. Perhaps he survived because he followed the rules. Or perhaps he escaped only because he passed them on to me. I did not know if he lived still, or if the forest claimed him in some other way. What I did know was that I could not falter. One mistake, one breach, and I would never leave this tower again. Yet even as I clung to the rules, a deeper fear gnawed at me. What if the rules were not absolute? What if one night the forest decided to change them? Already, it had shown me things not listed. Children's laughter, my voice on the radio. What if the rules were not protection, but bait? A way of keeping me here long enough for the forest to wear me down completely. The thought festered, growing darker each night. And in my exhaustion, I began to wonder if there would come a moment when even the rules could not save me. The tower had become both refuge and prison. I no longer thought of leaving it, not because I didn't want to, but because I feared what would happen if I tried. The forest had shown me enough to convince me that escape was not simple. Still, every morning when I checked in with base, the option lingered unspoken. I could request extraction, but my voice always faltered before the words could form. What if I asked, and the voice that answered wasn't human? What if I called, and what came for me wasn't a helicopter? By the 4th week, exhaustion had consumed me. My body sagged under the weight of sleepless nights, and my mind frayed at the edges. The rules remained my only compass, yet even they felt like fragile lifelines, threads stretched thin over a chasm. The forest had patience I could not match. It waited, pressing just hard enough to erode me piece by piece. One evening, as twilight bled across the ridges, I spotted something unusual on the horizon. Through my binoculars, I saw another tower. I knew there was no tower within visible range. I had studied the maps, committed every structure to memory. And yet there it was, a shape against the fading light, identical to my own. The sight filled me with sudden, dizzying hope. Another lookout, another human being. Proof I wasn't alone. My hand reached instinctively for the radio, then hesitated. I checked the notebook, flipping through its pages, desperate to find a rule that matched what I was seeing. There was nothing. No warning, no instruction. I turned the binoculars again, but the second tower had vanished. Only trees and shadows remained. My hands shook as I lowered the glass. Was it a mirage, a trick of the mist, or had I glimpsed something I was not supposed to? That night, the radio betrayed me again. Amid the static, I heard voices, many voices, speaking at once, overlapping, indistinct. Some laughed, some wept, some whispered, and beneath it all, a single phrase repeated, over and over, "You're late. You're late." I yanked the cord, plunging the room into silence, then cursed myself for breaking the rule. I plugged it back in, heart hammering, but the voices had stopped. Only static hummed. I sat rigid, watching the minutes crawl, forcing myself to keep it alive through the night. My mind reeled with what the words might mean. Late for what? Late for whom? The following evening, as the sun fell behind the mountains, I saw movement in the clearing below. A group of figures emerged from the trees, walking slowly, deliberately. There were 5 of them, each one carrying a lantern. Their light cast long shadows across the grass, their pace unhurried, almost ceremonial. I pressed my face to the glass, trying to discern details. Their clothing was ragged indistinct, as though woven from mist. They did not look up at me, did not acknowledge the tower. Instead, they gathered in a circle at the clearing's center. One by one, they placed their lanterns on the ground, forming a ring of light. Then they stood motionless, silent. Hours passed. My eyes burned from watching. Finally, just before dawn, the figures extinguished their lanterns in unison and melted back into the trees. The clearing was empty by daylight, save for a ring of scorched earth where the lanterns had burned. No rule prepared me for them. I could only watch, powerless, and wonder if the forest had grown tired of subtlety. Sleep deserted me entirely after that night. My body existed in a haze, fueled only by coffee and fear. I began to see things even in daylight. Shadows flickering between the pines, shapes reflected in the glass that were not behind me. Once, while scanning the valley, I spotted a figure climbing the opposite ridge, moving with uncanny speed, leaping from boulder to boulder. I blinked, and it was gone. But I could not shake the certainty that it had looked back at me before vanishing. The rules were both anchor and torment. I whispered them constantly, afraid to forget even one. Sometimes, though, I questioned them. Why did they exist at all? Who had written them? The notebook was old, its pages yellowed, some corners smudged with dirt or ash. The handwriting varied, as though multiple people had added to it over the years. How many lookouts had come before me? How many had survived? Or had each only lasted long enough to add one more rule to the list? The thought chilled me. Perhaps I was not meant to endure, only to carry the rules one step further before passing them on. On the 26th night, something broke. The forest no longer tested me. It demanded. It was just past midnight when the air shifted. The silence was not emptiness but fullness, as though the trees themselves leaned closer, listening. I sat rigid in my chair, lantern low, radio humming faintly. Then the shutters slammed open all at once, as if struck by invisible hands. Wind roared through the tower, scattering papers, toppling the lantern. The room plunged into darkness. I scrambled for the matches, my fingers shaking, but before I could strike one, I felt it. A presence. Not outside, inside. The air pressed against me, thick, suffocating. Something moved in the dark, slow and deliberate. My breath caught. I whispered the rules, desperate, frantic. Never leave the tower after midnight. Don't answer the voice. Don't report the fire. Keep the radio alive. Leave the raven alone. Don't open the hatch. My voice cracked, my chest heaving. The presence edged closer, the boards groaning under unseen weight. I struck the match with trembling hands. Light flared and revealed nothing. Only the empty cabin, my scattered notes, the lantern rolling across the floor. But the feeling remained, watching, waiting. It did not leave until dawn, when the sun rose. The forest looked unchanged, indifferent. I cleaned the cabin, returned the shutters to their hinges, relit the lantern. But I knew something had shifted. The forest no longer lingered outside. It had entered the tower. The rules had been breached, not by me, but by whatever lived in those trees. And if the rules could not hold, then nothing separated me from it anymore. The next night confirmed my fear. At precisely midnight, the radio cut to silence on its own. I rushed to adjust the dial, but it remained dead. Not even static. I banged the side, checked the cords, nothing. And then the voices began again, not from the radio but from the walls, the floor, the air itself. My name whispered from every direction. Nathan, Nathan. I covered my ears, but it made no difference. The voices seeped into my skull, rattling through bone and blood. I shouted the rules, screamed them into the night, but the voices only laughed. It lasted until dawn, when suddenly the radio hummed back to life as though nothing had happened. I realized then that the rules were not promises. They were bargains. Boundaries, yes, but boundaries that could be tested, eroded, broken. The forest wanted me, and it was only a matter of time before it found a way. My only hope was endurance, lasting longer than those before me, clinging to sanity until my shift ended and relief arrived. If relief arrived, but even that hope began to wither. The logbook I kept, once filled with weather and routine notes, now bore only frantic scrawls, voices again. Lantern circle, presence inside, rules failing. My handwriting grew jagged, desperate. Some nights I didn't remember writing at all, only waking to find new pages filled with words I didn't recall. Once, I found a sentence written over and over. There are no rules here. There never were. I tore the page out and burned it, terrified that acknowledging it would make it true. On the 30th night, as the moon rose over the ridges, I faced the cruelest test yet. A knock came at the hatch, soft, tentative. I froze, every muscle tensed. Then a voice followed, clear, strong, achingly familiar. Nathan, it's Emily. Please, please let me in. I can't do this anymore. My throat closed. Tears welled unbidden. I hadn't spoken to my sister in years, not since anger and silence split us apart. To hear her voice now, begging broken, it was unbearable. My hand moved to the latch, trembling, desperate. The rule burned in my skull, do not open the hatch. I pressed my forehead to the wood, sobbing. You're not her, I whispered. You're not her. But the voice broke into weeping, ragged, human. Nathan, please. Please don't leave me out here. I clamped my hands over my ears and screamed, rocking on the floor until my throat was raw. When dawn came, the hatch was clean, untouched. But the memory of her voice lingered, sharp as broken glass in my chest. I knew then that I could not last much longer. The forest had found every weakness, every wound, and it would not stop until I broke. The rules were failing, or perhaps I was failing them. Either way, the end was coming. And deep down, a darker thought gnawed at me. Maybe the rules had never been about survival. Maybe they were only about prolonging the inevitable. I stopped marking the days on the calendar. After the 30th night, time no longer felt like something measured. It was a weight pressing down, each hour indistinguishable from the last. The forest had eroded my sense of progression. Dawn and dusk were only shifts in color, not salvation. I lived by rules, not by days, and even those rules were fraying like old rope. The notebook remained on my desk, its edges curled, its pages greasy with handling. I clung to it, though a part of me hated it. It had become both scripture and curse, binding me to this tower, defining my reality. Every word inside it had proven itself true, and yet it offered no comfort. The rules were survival, but they were also reminders that survival was conditional. Break one, and you were lost. Follow them all, and you were only spared until the next test. The forest did not relent. It wanted me to fail, and each night it became more cunning. One morning, after a night of relentless whispers at the windows, I spotted something in the valley that chilled me more than any voice or shadow had. There was smoke rising. Real smoke, thick and black, curling from a patch of forest several miles to the west. My binoculars confirmed it a fire, flames tearing through underbrush, devouring pine. The rule came to mind instantly. If you see a fire burning in the valley but no smoke rises, do not report it. But this fire had smoke. I grabbed the radio, relief surging, finally certain of my duty. At last, I could act without question. "Base, this is Tower 7, I said, my voice trembling. "I've got smoke, heavy fire west of my location." Requesting confirmation. Static hissed, then silence. I repeated the call, nothing. Minutes dragged. Then the radio crackled alive with a voice. My own voice. "Copy that? Tower 7. Fire confirmed. Stay where you are. Help is on the way." The blood drained from my body. I sat frozen, the microphone still in my grip. My voice repeated again, exactly the same words, same tone, like a recording. "Copy that. Tower 7. Fire confirmed. Stay where you are. Help is on the way." Over and over, 5 times, then silence. The smoke still rose in the valley, undeniable, real. But I could not trust it. Not anymore. The smoke was gone by morning. The trees stood untouched, green and pristine, as if fire had never touched them. My logbook entry for the day was a scrawl, "Fire with smoke." My voice on the line. I don't know which rules apply anymore. The tower's walls seemed to close in after that. I no longer trusted what I saw, what I heard, even what I wrote. The forest had breached every defense, pressing through sight, sound, memory. My exhaustion made me a traitor to myself. More than once, I found my hand reaching for the hatch in the middle of the night, my body moving before my mind caught up. Twice, I woke at the window with my face pressed to the glass, searching for voices that had called me from dreams. I no longer believed that the rules were protecting me. I believed they were the only thread delaying my collapse. The raven returned on the 33rd night. I heard its wings before I saw it, a heavy, deliberate beating that settled on the railing. Its claws scraped, anchoring deep. I lit the lantern and approached the glass, praying it would fly away like any natural creature. It didn't. Its head turned toward me, eyes glinting with cold fire. It didn't blink. I remembered the rule, "Leave it alone." This time, though, the rule felt like surrender. I leaned closer, inches from the glass, and whispered, "What are you?" Its beak opened, and though no sound reached me through the window, I heard the word clear in my skull. Waiting. My body went cold. I stumbled back, knocking the lantern to the floor. When I rose, the raven was gone. The scratches it left in the wood were deeper this time, gouges rather than marks. They remain even now. From that night forward, I no longer doubted the forest's intelligence. It was not a collection of tricks, not scattered hauntings. It was one presence, vast and patient, wearing different faces, testing different weaknesses. The rules were not instructions against accidents. They were a negotiation with something that watched from every tree, every shadow. It had waited for centuries, perhaps longer, feeding on those who faltered, shaping its methods through time. And now it was shaping them around me. The worst night came on the 36th. I had been awake for nearly 2 days, nerves raw, hands trembling. Around midnight, the forest grew utterly still, quieter than I had ever known it. Even the insects hushed. Then, from below, came a sound I had dreaded since the first weak footsteps on the ladder. Slow, deliberate, steady. I froze in my chair, heart slamming. The boards creaked under weight. Step by step, I forced myself to recall the rule. If someone climbs the ladder and you hear them but never see them, do not open the hatch. But this time, it was worse. The footsteps stopped directly at the hatch, and then a knock came. Light, polite, almost friendly. My skin burned cold. Then a voice. My voice. Nathan, it's me. Open up. My stomach turned. I backed away into the corner, shaking my head. The voice repeated, calm, patient. Nathan, it's me. Open up. It knocked again 3 times. Gentle as before. For hours it continued, never angry, never desperate, just steady, confident, as though it knew I would eventually give in. I whispered the rules to myself over and over, clutching the notebook to my chest. The knocking did not stop until dawn. When the first light seeped into the windows, silence fell. I approached the hatch with trembling steps. The wood was clean, no footprints on the ladder. But carved into the hatch itself, in my own handwriting, were the wording, "You will open it soon." I did not eat that day. My stomach rebelled against even the thought of food. I sat by the window, staring at the trees, hollow. The forest no longer needed to lure me with voices of family. It had found the perfect bait myself. How long before exhaustion broke me? How long before I mistook my own thoughts for commands? I wrote in the logbook, though my hand shook so badly the words slanted and blurred. It knows me. It is me. The rules won't hold forever. On the 39th night, the laughter returned. Not children this time, but men and women, dozens of them, rising from the forest floor in waves. Some voices I recognized. My father, Emily, even colleagues from the forestry service. Some were strangers. All of them laughed, circling the tower, their joy rising like smoke. The sound clawed at me, driving nails into my skull. I fell to my knees, hands clamped over my ears, rocking as tears streamed down my face. The laughter rose to a shriek, then stopped all at once. In the silence that followed, a single voice whispered inside my head, clear and cold, "One more rule, Nathan. Write it down." I opened my eyes to find the notebook on the floor, its pages fluttering though there was no wind. My hand moved before I could resist, scribbling words I did not choose. Do not look into the mirror after midnight. The pen clattered from my hand. My body shook. The rule was written, ink wet and smudged. I did not remember deciding to do it. The forest had written through me. I did not sleep that night, or the next. I destroyed the mirror above the sink again, though I was certain more reflections lingered elsewhere. In the windows, in the lantern glass, even in the sheen of the radio dial. I avoided them all. But the rule had changed everything. It wasn't just a record of survival passed between lookouts. It was a living contract, growing, expanding. The forest wasn't only testing me. It was using me to add to the list, shaping the rules for whoever came after. The notebook is heavier now. It sits on my desk like an anchor, though it weighs no more than before. What drags at me is the knowledge that I am no longer only following the rules. I am creating them. The page I wrote, the one about the mirror, stares back at me whenever I flip through the notebook. My handwriting, crooked from exhaustion, undeniable. I don't know if it was truly me who wrote it, or if the forest guided my hand. Either way, the rule is there, and I obey it. I cover every reflective surface in the cabin, avoid even the sheen of my coffee pot. At night, I keep the lantern dim to prevent glass from catching my image. And yet, I still see movement in the corners of my eyes, faces in the blur of my reflection where none should exist. The forest knows it has worn me down. It does not try to frighten me anymore. It does not need to. Instead, it waits, subtle, patient, letting silence gnaw at my sanity. I wake often in the middle of the night to find the shutters, open though I swear I closed them, or the hatch unlatched though I never touched it. My logbook is filled with gaps, entries that appear in my own writing but recall events I do not remember. One page simply reads, "Over and over, you are already outside." I burned that page in the stove, but the smell lingered for hours, thick and acrid. The 40th night was different. When midnight came, I felt nothing. No voices, no laughter, no footsteps. The silence was pure, unbroken, and for a moment I dared to believe it was over. Maybe I had passed some final test, endured long enough to be left alone. I leaned back in my chair, eyes closing, exhaustion pulling me down. That was when I heard it. A single knock, not at the hatch, but at the window. My eyes flew open. Slowly, against every instinct, I turned my head. In the glass, a face stared back at me. My own face. It smiled when I did not. Its lips moved, though mine stayed still. I could not hear the words, but I knew what it was saying. Open it. I staggered back, knocking over the lantern, plunging the room into darkness. By the time I lit it again, the face was gone, but the glass bore a smear of condensation, as though breath had fogged it from the outside. I stopped keeping track of the nights after that. Time no longer matters. The forest does not attack in storms anymore. It does not need lightning or thunder to mask its approach. It comes in silence, in stillness, in the spaces where I think I am safe. It has moved past voices of family, past tricks of fire and smoke. Now it uses me against myself, my reflection, my voice on the radio, my handwriting in the notebook. I cannot tell where I end and it begins. Yesterday morning, I woke to find the notebook open on the desk, a fresh page filled. The words were neat, deliberate, nothing like my jagged script. When the relief comes, do not follow them. They are not what they seem. My stomach turned to ice. I have been waiting for the helicopter, clinging to the hope that someone will come to take me down from this tower. But if this rule is true, then rescue itself is a trap. The forest has thought of everything. Either I stay and break under its pressure, or I leave and walk into its arms disguised as salvation. There is no way out. Last night, the laughter returned, softer now, almost tender. It drifted up through the trees like a lullaby, coaxing, soothing. My name whispered between chuckles, not threatening but inviting. I sat with the notebook open, staring at the rules. They blur together now, the ink bleeding like wounds. I whispered them as I always do, but the words felt empty. The forest has already found its way past them. They are not walls anymore. They are doors. I don't know if anyone will read this. I don't know if this notebook will outlast me, or if it will burn with the tower when I finally give in. But I write these words because I must, because maybe someone else will take my place one day, and they should know what waits here. The rules are not enough. They never were. They only buy time. And time is the one thing the forest always wins. As I write this, the sun is setting. The mist is rising thick through the valley, curling around the trees like smoke. I can feel the presence pressing closer, not outside anymore, but within the tower, within me. The radio hums, steady, though I know soon it will go silent. The shutters rattle though no wind blows. And the hatch, God, the hatch is trembling, as though someone is already on the ladder. I will not open it. I swear I will not. But the knocking has begun, soft and patient, and I hear my own voice calling from below. Nathan, it's time. Let's go home. If anyone finds this notebook, know this: the rules kept me alive as long as they could. Follow them, yes. Obey them with everything you have. But understand that they are not salvation. They are only a stay of execution. The forest is older than rules, older than towers, older than us. And it does not forget. It will wait for you, just as it waited for me.